Alright, so let's hope this goes better. See, like, it happens occasionally, but it doesn't happen all the time. I think, like, next time that happens, I need to really check what that error was. I need to take a picture of that error that I got in that Slime Rancher stream. Because I don't know. I don't know why that happened. Like, it didn't have anything to do with the game. So I was thinking, like, oh, it must be something about, like, my graphics card, and then I checked the NVIDIA drivers. They are updated. So I'm thinking, like, is it something about OBS or the plugin I use to stream to Twitch? Because we never had this problem we never had this problem when I didn't stream to Twitch. So maybe that's part of the issue. So, like, streaming to Twitch might cause some instability to the stream. And, like, with, like, the encoder. I don't know, maybe it's something like that. You know, how long have I been streaming? We are actually coming up on 10 years. I first, like, made this YouTube channel when I was 14. And now, we're coming up to that. We're getting to that point where this thing's reaching its double digits. That's scary. That's scary to think. Because I think this, I'll have been streaming for almost, or making videos and streaming for almost half my life. And for some reason, not once did I ever think of doing something like this. I don't know. It's like, if I could do anything over again, in my, on my YouTube channel, it would probably be like, do more of this. Like, I wish I did this earlier, because I would have always had access to Unity, or Godot. Well, actually, no, Godot didn't come out until, like, 2019 or something. Or no, maybe I'm thinking of something else. But it's not about Godot, it's about Unity today. So we're finally working on this game again. And when we last left off on the stream, I made an entirely new enemy. This is called a Dasher. Essentially, what this enemy is meant to do, and I'm gonna turn off the music for a second, and I'm gonna start playing the game. I got the spawner turned off, but as you can see, there's now a box that appears here. And I think if I break down the two different things this enemy needs to do when it spawns in, basically what I wanted to do is that I wanted to navigate similarly to an asteroid through this box. I wanted to go through a point through this box, and then the thing is somewhere inside that box, I wanted to just stop. Maybe, like, after it passes, like, this line or something. And then maybe after a couple seconds, it then aims at the player, takes its position, and then tries to fly into it. But, like, at that frame, it's gonna take the player's position. But not update with where it knows, where it perceives the player, unlike the chasers. The chasers always know where the player is. The dashers will only take the player's position in one moment and try to fly in that area. I don't know, it's kind of like firing a bullet. A bullet doesn't curve into you. It's like a person fires a gun in the direction of where they think they're gonna hit the person, but then maybe that person will have moved at that point. I don't know, maybe I'm over-explaining it. Maybe the more I explain it, the dumber it sounds. I think, like, the easiest way we could approach this is if we copied the asteroid's behavior. So basically what I'm going to need to do, I'm going to need, like, a decent bit of code that comes from the asteroid controller, which I don't know, maybe it could be saying, maybe it could be saying something. It could be saying a decent bit about this, about, like, how things should be standardized in the future. But I don't really know how many more, like, streams this game is going to have, because I think the bullets and the weapon upgrades are, like, the only things left that I have not added after the enemies. Because, like, there's gonna be two more enemies that I'm gonna add, and one of them does something similar to a dasher. However, it fires a bullet before flying off the screen instead of trying to fly into the ship. And then there's one that just kind of doesn't follow the enemy, but it shoots a laser, and you want to kill it before it fires that laser in a full circle, because you can't dash through things. So we have a dasher count. We also have Deathplane triggers running. We're probably gonna have the same. We're probably gonna have a trigger just like this. So I guess I'll copy this piece of code too. Again, we're getting to a point where I'm like, huh, we should be mindful of these methods, because some of these, like, all these controllers kind of have the same class. So I'm thinking, like, should there be an enemy controller now? I think we're getting to that kind of point where I'm like, there should probably be an enemy controller. So remove that, turn that into dasher count. So the moment you awaken, you're going to increment the counter. And then I guess, like, does everybody here have an identify? Oh wait, no, we do have a function called enemy controller. Oh yeah, I guess I think I already was planning for that. I was already planning to do something like this. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize it. I don't know, it's like, I took a look at the last time I streamed this, and honestly, it was kind of a strange, it was like a strangely long time since then. An enemy controller would greatly improve the usability, a good practice. Yeah, I guess, like, I haven't streamed this in maybe a few weeks, ish. I'm thinking about how that name is pronounced. Is he Hamsam? VR? Welcome to the stream, though. It's goofy, but yeah, I'll call you Sam. For now. Icy Hamsam? It could be like that, too. I'm not sure if it's like, it's either Issy or Icy. I'm not exactly sure. Welcome, Blue. Yeah, I guess, like, when I last did this, I did make an enemy controller, because I was starting to realize that there were 5 different enemies that were going to be in this game. And I was like, you know what? I am starting to notice they all have kind of similar code. They all have some pieces of code that actually look almost the same. Like, for example, I think all of them have the exact same on-trigger 2D. Well, no, that's because, wait, let me check the chaser. Let me check the chaser. Does the chaser have the same one? No, the chaser has like a couple other things. Then again, it's like some enemies can be destroyed by bullets. The asteroid cannot, but the asteroid controller has the same behavior as the enemies. It has the same movement behavior. What I was thinking of doing was that inside the enemy controller, I would put in a bunch of functions that determine how the enemies move. And then, like, every child of enemy just gets its own combination of those functions ran in a certain sequence. That was my first instinct. But anyway, let's just, like, get the broad strokes down. Let me just get down the broad strokes. So, move the target end position. When this starts, I guess, like, identify yourself. That's totally fine. And then, what I want you to do... Basically, what needs to happen is that you need to get a guide... And then you need your spawn position. Can you see the chaser in action? Give me a moment. I can give you like a little demo of how this game functions right now. I'm gonna need these 3 functions as well. Yeah, it's like, I know like this is starting to look kind of redundant with the asteroid. Because initially, this enemy called the Dasher does actually function similarly to an asteroid. There's random. What is missing here? Random is ambiguous, system.random. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, let me show you. Let me at least hide... Let's hide this enemy for now. That enemy is supposed to be for the new Dasher that's not implemented yet. So I have 2 spawners here that determine, like, how the Chaser and Asteroid, spawner behave. The Asteroid doesn't spawn in the initial levels, the Chaser does. But, let me turn this off for a second. Give you a brief demo of how this works. So we have omnidirectional shooting. It's essentially Galaga with omnidirectional shooting. So the Chasers really only follow the player. It's a pretty straightforward behavior for an enemy. This is all they really do. And right now, it's like these levels are very short and not terribly interesting. Partially because there's only one enemy. It's like these levels are intended to be slightly longer. But since there's only one enemy, I just haven't bothered to include. I haven't bothered to make them longer. So yeah, that's the game. All right, so let me turn this back on, and let me just get rid of the spawners for now, so we can test how this guy's gonna work. So for now, I'm just going to copy this. Again, we probably have some redundant code here, but we're going to have to deal with it for a bit. Enemy speed, we want that to be serialized, and we're probably going to have it... We'll probably just have it be 40. I might have it be like 30. Because I think this enemy's going to have like a constant speed. Except for when it dashes toward the enemy, and then we'll make it like 40 or something. Actually, maybe we'll make it like 25. Make it 25 for now. So, path direction... So if I've copied all of this correctly, that means the dasher should behave almost exactly like an asteroid. Hi, Startacell. Yes, this is Control C, Control V gaming. No, like here's the thing. I have like a chunk of code here I found in a guy's video about like a method called lerp. There's a math method called lerp, which I think I might want to use. So apparently lerp is it's short for linear interpolation. And it's kind of like you're given 3 arguments where you have a start point, an end point, and then you have like a value called t, which is kind of like a fraction that determines like a specific number between those 2 points. Or something like that. It's really, I've never heard of this. There's so many math functions. There's an entire library of functions that I'm seeing in Unity that I have never heard of. And I'm just like, okay, some of these might be useful. For example, a lot of this stuff here, I probably don't need. Well, actually, no, I kind of did need this. Yeah, I did need this because I needed the vector to normalize it in the first place. It's like, I think back then we had like 3 lines that we used to normalize a vector, but then we found out that there was a method called normalize. Then we found out there was just a method called normalize, so we were just like, okay, what the hell are we doing? So I just added that. I think I added that between streams. So let me just make sure this works the way it should. So let's say this guy spawns somewhere out here. He's going to try to move through a point on that box. Like that. So basically, somewhere within this box, he's going to stop and then aim at the player and try to move towards him. I have a recommendation. It looks like the chase's velocity is always aimed at the players. Makes them look kind of floaty. Do you change the velocity slowly? Could you make this velocity slowly change to the player's position? Well, their speed is always the same. So it's like, well, when a chaser spawns, its velocity is different. Like all of them have a randomized velocity. I don't know. I thought it would just add some variety, but they all follow the player. They're all just meant to navigate towards the player. Make them have homing projectile properties? Is that not what they are? I'm not sure I follow. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Are you saying, so right now they move exactly towards the player every frame? So it's kind of like, I think what you're trying to say is that, you know how when you fire like a missile in a video game, and that missile like kind of curves towards like the target rather than like just directly. Man, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I think I understand what you mean, but I'm not really sure how I would do that. I know a way? So what, do we do it like every other frame? Is there a way, like, do we not calculate it every single frame? In that case, I'm not sure what that would look like. What do you suggest? Limit how much their velocity changes per frame. Their velocity never changes. The chaser's velocity never changes. It's always so basically when an enemy when the chaser spawns, it has like a randomized velocity. And that velocity they retain that velocity for however long they exist. Where they either get shot down or they kill the player. So limit how much their velocity changes per frame. Yeah, because like their velocity is always the same. You're confusing speed and velocity. Speed is how much distance they travel. Velocity is that plus the direction. Speed is how much distance they travel. Velocity is... All right, now am I just stupid? Is velocity... One second. Velocity and speed are not the same things, I guess. Like, what the hell? Give me a second. Because like, I've been using the two terms... This is the chaser's code. I've been using the two terms interchangeably the entire time. I was like, are you telling me there's a difference between speed and velocity? Give me a second. I have to look this up. So store a vector of the enemy's velocity, add the normalized vector between the enemy and the player, multiplied by delta time, store that velocity every frame, then normalize the enemy's velocity. Hell? Store a vector of the enemy's velocity. Store a vector of the enemy's velocity. Sorry, I'm like slightly lost. 1 second. So like we have the enemy's speed. So where do I get the enemy's velocity then? If the speed and velocity are not the same thing. You would need a new vector too. So what? I would take like... So use the vector of the ship's position. Vector 2 is a valid data type. Alright, well, I guess I'm not working on the dasher today. I don't know, it's like, it never bothered me what it looked like. So make a new value called velocity. Instead of making a new value, or instead of making the chaser move closer to the player, use velocity to determine where it goes. Velocity could update to become closer to the player's position, but not instantly, only in increments. You can change it to change how they look. This is some shit I should have, like, figured out before I did this stream. I don't know, like, is, like, velocity also a vector that we would want to use? Velocity is often a vector, okay. So use velocity to determine where that goes. once you update the velocity for the frame, to store a vector of the enemy's velocity, add the normalized vector between the enemy and the player. To that stored velocity every frame, and then normalize the enemy's velocity. Wait, after you... So... Oh, jeez. Sorry, I'm like trying to wrap my head around what this looks like. Store a vector of the enemy's velocity, add the normalized vector between the enemy and the player. Normalize the enemy's velocity. Do that stored velocity every frame. Alright, well, okay. So I at least understand that what you would need here, you would first need a value for velocity. So, where do I get the enemy's current velocity? Is that like a Unity property, or is it like... Yeah, maybe you could give me some representation of that in the Discord. So where exactly do I get the enemy's velocity? Like, this sounds like some math stuff that I should have remembered, but I guess, like, I don't. Because apparently I never knew that speed and velocity were different things. When the enemy spawns, the velocity would be the normalized vector between the enemy and the player. Wait, do we not already have that? That's this, isn't it? I mean, we got this value at one point. Like, I take the ship's... So, the velocity is a normalized vector between the enemy and the player. So I have the current enemy's position, and then I have the ship's position, and then I normalize the vector there. Enemy's velocity could start at the player's position. That would be the same thing, but that code runs every frame, whereas this method would only run it when the enemy spawns. Wait, but if this only runs... It's like, if you only run it when the enemy spawns, that doesn't mean the ship is going to stay in the same place. You know what I mean? That doesn't sound right. Because, like, it's like, in order for the chaser to get to the ship, it has to always know where it is. So, like, if it only ever calculates the ship path once the ship's position changes, it's not going to know where the hell it is. don't know what that guy is saying. You're right. It would always need to know the player's position. It starts off going towards the player. It tries to move towards the player constantly. But it basically has momentum. But I would need like a... It's like... God damn it. Sorry, it's like, I did have a plan for what I wanted to do this stream, but now I've gotten completely, like, blindsided by this. You need the player's position to find the vector between the enemies and the players. Well, yeah, that's why this is running every frame. So I always have a new normalized vector for this. Alright, look, I'm just gonna... I'll think about this later, alright? Because I'm not entirely sure what this would look like. Now, this, on the other hand, I do have kind of an idea what this is gonna look like. It's gonna be kind of like the asteroid, except it's gonna change direction at some point. What I also needed to do... Did I ever have the animation set up for this enemy? Because, fun fact, this is the first enemy we've made that actually has animations. Where is he? So let me stop the game. Let me just delete this guy. Let me go back to, like, the Dasher prefab. Not every enemy... Not everybody here has, like, Not everybody here is a prefab, and they probably should be. What I need to do, I need to give this guy an animation controller. Let me think about how I did this. So here in the ship, we had an animator, and then the ship had like a ship controller with an anim object inside here. So what I gotta do, inside this enemy, I need to make an animator. And then what I gotta do, I need to go into the animations folder. This is like a workflow you need to get used to because you're gonna be making animations for things a lot when you make games. Now, where the hell did I put animation? Oh, there they are. So animations, let's create a folder for Dasher. And then inside here, we want to make ourselves an animation, an animator controller. Dasher animator. And then what we gotta do is we need to also make an animation clip. Which I guess we'll just call it walk. And then we'll call... This guy's got like 3 animation clips. There's charge. And then there's pause. Because like, essentially what this enemy is going to do, it's going to like move on the screen. It's going to move around on the screen, and then it's going to stop for a moment, and then it's going to go into like an animation where it's getting ready to attack, and then it has a charge animation. Actually, I think the charge and the walk animation are the same thing. I might actually need this. Let me turn this down slightly. That might be kind of loud. Alright, so here in the Dasher controller, I need to have walk, and then I need to have pause. And then what also needs to happen is here in the ship, I need to take the animator, or no, I need to, where is it? I need to take the Dasher, and I need to put the controller inside there. So we put that inside there. And then inside this script, for the Dasher, we're gonna also need, like, the animation. Let me remember what this looked like. It was a... Oh, right, the Chaser didn't have something like that. I kind of forgot the ship has animations. So animator, God damn it. I'll just copy this. So we can put the animator object into there. So we can reference it. Do that. Alright, so basically when this spawns, parameters we need... Let me just see what I did with the ship, honestly. As a vocal call is dead, so I guess vocal call is charging, and then we'll have it like false. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember how this was done. Okay, so what needs to happen here is that it's gonna go into this state first. And then I'm gonna need to make a transition into pause. And then there's gonna be like a two-way transition. So basically, we're gonna need to make a condition. We don't have any parameters at the moment, but let's make ourselves a bool called is pausing. So go to this state when is pausing becomes true. And then as for this state, go into is pausing, leave this state when this turns false. Now inside these transitions, it does not need exit time, no fixed duration. Transition duration, just set that to 0. Do the same for this as well. This is like, so you have to wait until the animation is done before it does the next animation. Hi, Lane. Welcome back. Alright, so now all that needs to happen is that I need to... When this guy starts... Let me just check what I did with the ship controller again. Let me just move this here. So I need something like this. Well, I think it's already gonna start by walking. Like, let me spawn one of these guys and see what happens. Oh. Okay, for some reason it didn't work. So Dasher Animator. Oh, right. These things don't have any animation clips at all. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. See, I keep forgetting where shit is. So we walk and pause. So I need to go inside the sprite folder and I need to pull up his animations here. Yeah, it's gonna be something like this. And then as for pause, I think we'll have them flash like that. Oh, let's see if this works. Oh, right, the animations aren't looping. See, I'm like, I really want to see it work, but I just noticed it's not, the animations aren't looping. Now, where is... Where's the loop? Has exit time. See, like, again, I'm forgetting where all this shit is. There's a loop animation checkbox. Where the fuck is it? Was it in here? Yeah, it is. Okay, it's in here. All right, try that again. Okay, that walk animation might need to be faster. All right, try that again. Yeah, I guess it is, like, a little hard to tell, but it does look kind of nice. I don't know, if we had, like... The enemies are kind of tiny. So I was just kind of hungry. I was eating grapes again. Yes, I'm probably gonna need to... I'll have to also make, like, a dasher spawner as well. So we can start spawning a bunch of these guys. But I want to get its movement down first. I don't know, I guess, like, once I... So, path to direction... Float, guide X, guide Y. I want to see what this value is. I want to see what this value starts out as when this enemy first starts moving. Okay, so 17, 0.4. All right, try that again. So I guess, like, when its position gets less than these two values, then I'll have him, like, think of charging. Well, no, sometimes it can be, like, below that. This is why I was considering using Interpolate for this. Because I was thinking, like, oh, when is it able to pass this point? Sometimes it might not. Because it can't get to it exactly. Not without using, like, the lerp. Yeah, so let me see if I can implement something like that. And then L snap to position. So lerp value is start and... Alright, let me also see, like, Unity's implementation of lerp. Let me also just save the scene, because you never know. Because when my encoder crashed, it actually crashed Unity, which I had running in the background when I was playing Slime Rancher. The parameter is clamped to the range 0 to 1. Find a point, to find a point some fraction of the way along a line between two endpoints. Put the enemy spawn position here. Normalize, and then we take the ship's position minus the enemy's position, and that's the velocity. Then every frame, velocity plus equals normalize times delta time times inertia. Higher number, faster turning, less inertia. Normalize, vector equals normalize the velocity, which is the enemy's movement speed, and then the enemy's position plus said velocity. Damn. I don't know how I would have, like, figured that out or learned anything about that. It's like, again, you would have to know, like, a decent bit of vector calculus to, or remember a decent bit of vector calculus to actually use this. Okay, so I think I kind of understand. Alright, let me look back at the chaser. So let's just hide this guy for a bit and turn this spawner back on. So what is this? So you need the enemy's position where it spawns. Which I believe, did we ever save that? Did we ever store that inside the chaser? We do not. Alright, so I need to make... I don't know if it really matters if it's... I'll make it vector 3 just in case. Actually, no. I think we can get away with just using vector 2. Because I think, like, you can just be assumed that, like, the z-axis is 0 and it doesn't matter. Or, like, some default value. How do you update the enemy's position? I guess you could do transform.position equals enemy's position. But actually... Yeah, so the moment the enemy spawns... What method are you using? So how about this? The moment the enemy spawns, we'll do this. Spawn position equals transform dot position. We start with something like that, because this is how you would pull the Unity property. This is how you would pull the property out of Unity. Find the satisfying thing when you can freeze things in cold nitrogen? Thanks. You don't need to store the enemy's position if you store it somewhere else. Like, do you need the enemy's, so it says, like, when the enemy spawns, you need its position. Is that position gonna be changing every frame? Well, actually, sorry, that's a dumb question. How do I ask this? So when the enemy spawns, you need the enemy's spawn position. So in the very first frame that the enemy exists, we need to store that we need to store this value immediately. And then we save this value throughout the existence of the chaser's life. That is just the definition. Don't you need to store the enemy's position if you store it somewhere else? I'm not sure what that question means. So velocity equals normalize. Well, when the chaser's spawn position isn't stored anywhere. It's not stored anywhere. So basically what I need to do is take the first frame. On the first frame, I need to take transform.position. You don't need the spawn position. Alright, you are now telling me different things. So it's like, you said put the enemy's spawn position here. When you said vector 3 enemy position. So I was under the assumption that when the enemy first spawns, you need to store its position. You need to store where that enemy originally spawned somewhere. You need that vector. Is that what you meant, or is that not what you meant? That number is the enemy's position at any time. Oh, okay, then that's just this value then. I don't know, at any given frame, it's just this value then. We don't need, then this variable isn't needed. Okay, so I don't need to do this at all in the first place. I said make the enemy position. I assumed it wasn't, so every Unity object has their position defined. So like you see, every Unity object has this as the actually position, or the actual. Yeah, it's like this value here. This value here, you can find this at any time by just calling transform.position if you need it in your script. If you need whatever that value is in your script. You don't need any enemy position then? So velocity would equal normalize ship minus enemy position. Then every frame, the velocity plus or equals, we normalize times delta time. Okay. Times some value of inertia. Velocity is normalize that vector. Sorry, I'm still like studying this. Yeah, that other guy, honestly, that other guy that suggested this shit, he's probably long gone. That guy that suggested like, hey, the enemies look kind of funny. Can you do this to them? Fucking hell, dude. But what's funny is that like the enemies were like the second thing we ever did in this. Or like the chaser specifically was like the second thing we did in this. Also notice I don't need that anymore. Because I don't know, I kept adding like the system library to this every time. And then it kept getting confused on which version of random you were using. What is delta time generally equal to when the game is running? Is it a super small number? Delta time. So it's like the reason you multiply things by delta time is so you can standardize it among different refresh rates. I don't remember specifically, like, the specifics about it. All I know is that you don't want to, if you don't use delta time, you could get, like, some different behavior depending on the refresh rate of your computer. I don't remember specifically what it's meant to do. Alright, I'm gonna go back to working on the dasher. I'm gonna go back to working on the dasher. That's what I actually wanted to get done, alright? So it's like the first thing I need this to do. Like I said, did you notice, like, the person that suggested this, that person's just gone. The person's already left. The person's already left, so it doesn't matter now. Just put it in your Discord? Alright, thanks. It's like, honestly, no one even called any attention to it. No one even mentioned it. And I was like looking at it, I was like, what's wrong with it? Alright, whatever. So it's like the behavior, it's like the Dasher's behavior is kind of similar to the asteroid. I think the first part of it, I needed to do something different. So let's move this stuff down because this stuff is less important. There's like the debugging, there's like all the standard methods that's supposed to have. There is also, so instead of path to direction, let's have path to center. And then what we can do, we can pull this out, generate a method called path to center. So in this case, now what we gotta do, we need to make like we need to use a function called lerp. It'll make it easier for it to navigate to where it needs to go. I can get it to like stop at a specific position. I can get it to stop at a specific position without any problems. I don't know, either that, or what I do, I copy what the chaser does. I copy what the chaser does, but I just replace it with the, position that I got from the random range. You can do that too. You should probably use safe normalize any chance you get. What is safe normalize? That is definitely not something here. So chaser, yeah, what is safe normalize? That's a foreign concept. So calculate path to ship position. I need to look at these two side by side because I was like, I think I can actually take some stuff in the chaser controller and maybe implement it into this. Because like the dasher controller sounds like it has a combination of how the chaser and the asteroid behaves. So like current position. It translate to ship position times delta time. spawn position. Yeah, I guess that's like the position it stops at. Hovering over safe normalized in my Terraria mod says extension at the top of the info box. Oh, it's probably from a library that isn't in Unity. That's probably what it is. Let me rotate the camera. The camera always gets like messed up in these streams, and I don't know why. Alright, so I've been here for an hour, and I don't know how much work I've actually gotten done. I don't know. I did the animation for the fucking dasher, I guess. Which, I don't know. Some shit like this shouldn't take as long as it is. I don't know. I guess it's because, like, I have to make the enemies behave differently from each other. It's like, when we implement the items, that shouldn't be as hard, because all the item pickups are going to behave like asteroids. And you just run into them and pick them up. And then, the bullet, then you just change how the bullet moves. So there's paths to... How do you want the dasher to behave again? So basically, what it's going to do... Let me open Unity to kind of show you what I mean. Basically, what needs to happen is when the dasher spawns, it drifts into... Can I turn on the gizmos? I think you can only turn them on when the game is on. So basically, it's going to dash into view. It's going to stop. And then it's going to aim at the player and try to, like, dash towards them off the screen. So you either shoot them or they just fly off the screen and die. That's why I'm saying it kind of behaves similarly to both like the chaser and the asteroid. So it initially behaves like an asteroid. But I need a way to get it to stop. And I was like thinking of what condition I need to get to stop, or I just use lerp. Which I'm like staring at lerp trying to make sure I understand how to use this. Like, that seems kind of odd. Lerped value. Lerp start and end. Good example of lerp usage. I don't know, it's like, this is like a little different. This is like much farther out of my element. At first I thought this would be straightforward, but it's actually not. Where do you want it to stop? Let me play the game and let me show you. Oh, right. I got rid of that. Remove this. Put this back. Oh, you probably saw it over here. So basically, it stops pretty much, and it's meant to stop somewhere in this box. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's meant to stop somewhere in this box. It's meant to, I guess it's meant to stop at this point. I essentially randomize a point within this box, and it just stops somewhere inside it. Oh, shit. Yeah, something like that. It would essentially have to stop somewhere roughly at that point before it considers dashing into the player. That doesn't sound bad. It doesn't. In fact, one second, remove this. Unless you want to not stop. No, it's like, it doesn't have to be that seriously precise. It's like this thing. It's this thing here that I want. Alright, one second. We're gonna do some more copy pasting. I'll think about, like, the cleanup after this. So let's say we pull in this. And let's say we don't use path to direction, we instead use path to center. However, we're gonna rename this to path to center. However, what this should behave like, it should behave like the... So ship position, what is this? So that's a vector 2. Does anything change if I just call that a vector 3? just to make things, like, less annoying. Yeah, so I guess I would also need the ship as instantiated here. So I would need that too. I would also need this. Okay. And then ship position is given value somewhere later. So, like, this will also have the same behavior if the ship is dead. And why is that not okay? If ship dot is destroyed, why is it okay there but not here? Game object ship, game object ship. Did I spell it wrong or something? Was I not looking? Was I not looking at that correctly? Alright, so I think what should happen right now is that the ship, this enemy, this dasher should just try to chase after the player at the moment. Which is fine. Which is fine. I guess we can use that as a basis. Yeah, see, right now it's just following the player in, like, a very, very rigid way. Alright, so that's totally fine. So now what needs to happen is that before it starts trying to follow the player, or, like, charge into the player, I guess it's like, it needs to do it once. It's only supposed to, like, calculate the player's position once. So where's the part where he tries to go after the player? I'm looking at the asteroid thing. So in this case, it only gets this once. So how this kind of works instead is that we only get the ship's position once. So I guess, like, what we would want to do is take this and put this up, do this. I guess maybe we don't need this else statement. So now it should, like, get one coordinate, and it should only path to that coordinate specifically. What the hell did I just do there? Alright, so let's see where it tries to go. Yeah, see? That's kind of what we want. That's the behavior we want. However, it's kind of supposed to continue on instead of just stop there. Because it's supposed to kind of draw a line that goes through that point and follow that line. That's essentially what it's gonna do. Alright, Dasher, let's try that again. So, again, it's similar to the asteroid. The asteroid also follows a similar movement pattern. It's just like certain things happen in different orders. Alright, let me compare it to asteroid this time. So it's this that we wanted to do. In fact, we wanted to do it twice. We wanted to do it for, like, the random point it's given at the beginning, and then we wanted to do it again, but then instead of that random point, it's based on where the ship is. So honestly, I should have been copying everything from asteroid instead, which I think I already did in the first place. Which I don't know why I did that. So this is like path to direction, but instead travel in that direction, but normalized. As opposed to just translate to that direction. Actually, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how that works. Wait, what the hell is happening here? Oh, wait, no, you have to make a new vector. Yeah, try that. This might actually achieve the behavior I'm looking for. Are not quite. So translate dot normalize. Seems a little fast. Yeah, I'll probably slow it down later. We'll adjust the speed later as needed. All right, maybe I should just directly copy this. Debug, draw a line, transform position. It's like, I probably should have added a line for this too. I might add this to the asteroid as well. Let me comment this out and let me take it back to like the behavior where it's just mimicking the asteroid. Okay, that's apparently not what I'm supposed to do. Transfer, position to move. Why is move something else? I'm gonna turn that off. my air conditioning is rattling slightly. I need to turn that down. Yeah, why is path to direction? Because I was like, I was assuming it was gonna draw a line that was kind of in front of it. Alright, don't worry about this for now. So this guide is based off this. But what if the guide was instead based off the ship's position? I think this is what I need it to be. Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for. That's the type of behavior I'm looking for. Let's also let me like reposition the ship to like further show you what I mean here. See? It passes through the ship. And it's like it gets the position of where the ship is. Okay, it was that simple. I don't know why I was having so much trouble understanding that. So I guess I'll have a function called path to center. So basically what needs to happen here, instead of the ship's position, I need to get a vector for the guide. And what does this take? It takes 2 vector 2s. I don't know, I think what I can do instead, I'm like, honestly, I'm thinking about what I need this variable to be called. And let me also rearrange some of this. We'll call it center point for now. I don't know if that's like a permanent name. We need a new vector 2 here, and then we need center point. We need to equal this value. And then what needs to happen is that we need this. We'll remove that. We'll need this to be center point. I guess we'll generalize this and call it like destination or something. So I think what this should do is that it should take that random point and it should navigate towards it. And then we're going to have to find a way to switch between these two functions. I don't know, there's a lot of things in Unity that I probably don't know about, and I probably should be taking advantage of. And I think every time I run this, it should pick a different point. See what I mean? It's picking a different place to stop. That is pretty nice. I don't know, it's like, I'd have to... So now what needs to happen is that I need a way for it to switch to the, to switch to chasing the, to aiming at the player. I need a way for it to switch between the two. Which will probably just be like a Boolean. I'm just like thinking of how I need to do this. Because I don't think it's not as easy as just like checking if it's at the correct position. Or like checking like what its current position is and if it's equal to the other thing. Because I did notice that it's like, it doesn't precisely stop at where it's supposed to be. It kind of like flicks between these two values here. You see what I mean? That's why I was considering using lerp. Let me see if I can get like its destination written down. Lerp would help with that. Yeah, that's why I was just like, should I have overhauled this entirely? Also, we don't need this. Yeah, let me show you what I mean. So here's like 6.35, 13.34. However, you can see that it's not quite there. So I need to somehow implement lerp into this to make sure it knows precisely where it needs to stop. I don't know, it's like some of the Unity examples I'm not exactly like a huge fan of. Is there a vector 2 lerp? There's just, I think there is a lerp for both vector 3 and 2. Yeah, let me check. Wait, how do you use lerp then? Or no, it's then I think it should be easy. I'm like staring at how this is used. So return this distance. Interpolate. Returns the point midway between A and B. Yeah, vector 2.lerp. Yeah, it's something like this. Oh no, these have to be vectors, obviously. So reset elapsed frames to 0. It's like I hate a lot of the examples. So spawn position to center position. So like, how necessary are these functions even then? So I would need something like that. And like I need a ratio here for interpolation frames. Time and distance. So does float like time elapsed? Then make a timer from the enemy spawn time? Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here in this example I'm reading. So I need like the float travel time. And then I'll need like, so I'll need float, time traveled. Starts at 0, goes to 1. Let's also have, so like what I see in this example, you need like a duration time as well. Which I guess will equal, so I'll like follow what I see in this video here. So lerp. Start coroutine. Jesus. I want to make sure, what the hell is this returning? Or it just returns a value. So I was like, is this even gonna move this thing? Wait, no, it should. It should, because it's picking a point between the two vectors. So is it, I can do this then? Can I just update the timer every frame? Yeah, give me a moment. But what the fuck just happened? I was like, I scrolled up and then it just confused me. This music is new to my playlist. Time travel plus equal time.delta time. Wait, do I need duration? I'm kind of curious to see if this even does anything. Make it so the third value exceeds 1, set it to... Make sure if the third value exceeds 1, it is set to 1. Wait, I was like, about to say, I was like, this value needs to change at some point. Make sure you don't go over the center point. Oh, right. I was like, this value needs to change as well. Because otherwise, this thing isn't gonna move anywhere. Oh, whoops. Oh, that doesn't seem like, that doesn't sound correct. Because like, that's gonna go up really quickly. The spawn position, center point, and then... One second. With respect to delta time divided by the duration. I got rid of the duration by accident. See, I thought you were leading me in a different direction with this, but no, you're honestly just explaining what I see here in this chunk of code. This is going to be time travel divided by duration. What's up? Divide time.delta time by duration. Not the time in the lerp. Yeah, look, I've just never done this before. I've never seen this. So time that delta time divided by duration, time travel. Divide the time.delta time by duration, not the time in the lerp. Like, honestly, start a cell, I have no idea how lerp works. I've really never used lerp before. This is the first time I've tried using it. You now understand why it took so long for me to continue this game? Because I knew, like, this is how I wanted to implement an enemy like this, but I honestly had no idea how I was gonna do it. Spawn position, center point, time travel. Time travel plus equals time delta time divided by duration. Jesus, what the fuck? Oi. All right, so let me try this. Well, that looks about right. You need something to clamp time travel so it never exceeds 1. It looks fine, maybe? Also, I'd like to know where the hell does it actually like just go right on the dot to that position? Like, does it precisely land on that position? I just want to confirm that. Oh, wait, of course. I don't know. So it lands there. Oh, right. I never got the actual center point. Let me try that again. Wait, what the heck? Path to center. All right, even my own debug logging is confusing. 1 second. I was like, it didn't look like it was typing out both of these things. Alright, so now that you've kind of walked me through an example of this, I honestly now understand how you would use this. I understand it a lot better. But I kind of... This was kind of the one thing I wanted to avoid. It's like, I wanted to avoid getting... The two things I wanted to avoid when doing these streams was avoid getting sidetracked and avoid getting, like, led around like a dog. So, I've accidentally broken the second rule. Because I honestly didn't really... I was not understanding LERP very well. It just was not making sense to me. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, what the hell is going on? Oh, right. The center point is like that all the time. So 10.29. Oh, yeah. It actually is like just exactly. It's exact. So that means what I can do this. Now lerp between two moving objects. Honestly, I think it's like, how the fuck would that work? Well, it's like the object will dynamically like adjust to be on the path to the second object, right? I don't know, because like when you run lerp, it's gonna take the two positions at the frame that like you're lerping. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like I can kind of visualize what that would look like. Yeah, I think it was like this part here was like, honestly, what is going on in this line of code? Yeah, actually, can you shed some light on this part? I think this part was, like, really confusing me. What is going on here? So it's like you create a timer, and then you add it... You add time.delta time divided by the duration. Yeah, what is happening in this line of code? I'm not really sure. Yeah, so if these can be equal to each other, if we can now get like a precise position, so like position. What is happening in this line of code? I'm not sure if I entirely understand it. Like, why does changing the time traveled in this way? Like, why do we use this value? I'm not really even sure how to ask this question. How does this value end up being what we need here? Alright, so I think what we can do now... So adding time.delta time incremented by a set amount over a span of real time, and duration increases that span of real time. One second. Transform dot position. If that's equal to center point. Oh shit. Just make center point vector 3. Make this not as annoying. So it won't annoy me. So as long as this is true, every frame it checks. Oh, whoops. Path to center. Else, what you're going to do... If you were to add 0.01 every frame and it was locked at 100 FPS, it would finish in 1 second. Right, okay, that makes sense. Then divide 0.01 by 4, it now takes 4 seconds. Okay. If you were to add 0.01 every frame. Okay, that sentence does make sense. That sentence makes sense. Time.delta time is basically that 0.01. But it accounts for the fact that it isn't locked at 100 FPS. So we have path to center here, which... Like, honestly, this is a surprisingly minimal amount of code. Just to get something to move to a certain destination. That is a surprisingly minimal amount of code. I think this might be all I need to do then. So give it a try. That was not very clear what it was doing. Okay, that's odd. One second. Let me make sure it's actually like running through this. The Fallen Creator, hi. I don't know anything about coding, but I guess you're making something good. Yeah, I'm making something, like, half decent. I had to have Stardust in the chat walk me through, like, these 2 lines of code. Because, like, this, he showed me, like, how lerp worked, and I was just like, okay. I had to wrap my head around why this works the way it does. And it makes a little bit more sense to me now. But in, like, a high-level summary, this essentially allows, like, a game object to travel to a certain point. Alright, so let me see what happens here. So pathing to center, and then pathing to ship. Yeah, I'm basically just making a rail shooter. It's, like, a good way to kind of really get your hands dirty when it comes to Unity. And we've actually got, like, a decent bit of it done. It's just, like, some of these enemies were taking longer than expected. Oh. Oh, shit. It's not supposed to be like that. That if statement is not supposed to be like that. I was like, that's an interesting issue. What could that possibly be about? Yeah, welcome to the stream. So pathing to center. You were definitely not pathing to the ship. So path to ship. I guess you would want to... Oh, that's actually kind of weird. I would need to get the ship. Because, like, obviously when the Dasher spawns, the ship is not going to be in the same position than the first frame the Dasher first showed up. I guess I didn't think about that part. So it's like, I need to make, like, a lock or something to make sure that we run, like, on one frame, we run, like, an instantiation, a declaration of the ship's position. And then we just lock it out from there. It's really interesting, well, it feels like figuring out math. Yeah, there's, I don't know, like, how old you are or, like, what level of education you have. It's like, I think you need a good understanding of vector calculus. Which, I don't know, you probably don't get very deep into that in normal, like, pre-calculus. It's probably, like, if you ever had, like, access to AP Calc when you were in high school, you'd probably get shown this kind of stuff. Otherwise, if you ever go to college or decide to, if you aren't already in college, you probably would have had to take, like, a Calc 3 course if you wanted to get that deep into Calc. Yeah, like, Calculus 3 is normally when they teach you about vectors. Which is, like, stuff that I have not retained as well. Well, it's like, this function here called lerp, I learned this just today. And it was part of the reason why it took so long for another Unity stream to even happen. Because I really wasn't sure how I was going to get this to work. And honestly, it probably shouldn't take me that long to figure that out. So I need this... So path to direction. It's like more the fact that it wasn't moving was what was bugging me. Yeah, actually, I don't think I even need this function anymore. So, bool... So set this to false. So basically, when we check for its direction... So if this isn't true, if we don't have the ship position yet, then we're going to do this. And then what we'll do is just set it so the hash ship position is true. So it doesn't take it again. My teacher, Max, taught me HTML for coding, and about the age, about my age, I'm 17. Oh, okay. I don't know what kind of CS stuff they offer in high school nowadays. Hopefully if you choose to go into computer science, hopefully you have better luck. Hopefully the job market is in a better place by the time you're done. But who knows what it'll be like for computer science students in 5 years or so. I don't know, I'm still looking for work. That ship position true. All right, let me stop. See, the thing about playing background music is that now when I want to test my game, I know I need to have, like, the music playing. Well, that is very peculiar. Why on earth is that happening? Why are both of those things happening? Like, you saw that, right? Why is both if statements are happening? You're gonna make your career as a game dev or something else? I would like to have a normal job first. I would like to have an actual job first. I don't know. It's like, I would love to do game dev. It's like, I do have ideas for games. And I have one that I, like, believe in pretty strongly. But it's like, the thing about being a game developer, the AAA market is, like, stupid because they spend an absurd amount of money for games that are subpar, to create games that are subpar. But the thing about being an indie developer, or, like, working with a lower budget, for me, it's not money, because I realize that all the resources you ever need to make a game, you can find them pretty much anywhere. And, you know, I don't know how much it takes to pay artists, or, like, sprite work. I don't know how much that costs, so that's, like, part of the budget. But I feel like my biggest enemy has always been time. And it's, like, the idea that I don't know if I have enough time to deviate from what I'm doing to work on a game that I really want to work on. You know, we live in a society and all that, and I need to have, like, an actual job to sustain myself, so I don't have to rely on my parents anymore. You know, that's just how it is sometimes. You're only 17. You don't need to know about the troubles of being an adult just yet. You don't need to understand that yet. What is the... See, like, okay, let me show you this. Why the hell is it doing that? Like, watch this. So, like, that looks correct. Why the hell is it doing that? That doesn't look right at all. It's like both conditions can't be true. It's an if-else statement. Why the hell is it doing that? Well, actually, I think this should be an else if, by the way. This should be like one continuous chain. So if this is not equal to the center point, keep pathing to the center. Oh, wait. Okay, so what's happening? Now I get what's happening. I need to do another lock. Is it because of center point? Okay, so what's happening here is that it's checking this condition. It's like, it's still checking this condition. And every time it tries to drift away, that if statement becomes true, becomes like true again. So it's flipping back and forth between the if and the else statement. Because it's just checking to see if the center point is not equal to the transformed opposition. Once it is equal, it will go to this else statement. But the problem is, this else statement changes the transform position, making these unequal, not equal again. That's what's happening. Okay. So I need to make it so this thing never runs again. Can I get away with using a coroutine for this? I don't know. I don't know. It's like, this seems stupid. What I'm setting up here sounds stupid. But I was like, maybe we can use like a coroutine or something. How did I swear I used a coroutine for something previously. I swear I used a coroutine for something else. Let me turn the music back on. What did I use? See, the problem is, I hadn't streamed this in maybe 2.5 weeks or so. So I've kind of forgotten some things about my code. See, like, in my infinite genius, I have just completely ignored the fact that I should be commenting stuff. Like, sometimes I stare at, well, honestly, I kind of do know what that means, but I think if I gave this to someone else, they wouldn't have as much of an easy time. They wouldn't have as easy of a time. I think it had to do with, like, I think I was using it to play sound effects. Yeah, what was it? It was like for the... I need to like check the life cycle of a coroutine. I need to make sure I remember how this worked. Where is the player? I need the ship controller. So I believe we had a coroutine where we had it so we played the death animation before to like guarantee that it played the death animation first. And then it destroyed itself. I don't know, can I have this so it's like... Can I have this so it like waits for a boolean? What? Let me second. Wait, I meant to say wait a second. That is something else. What is that? Close that. Let me second. Let me pull up a coroutine. So Unity coroutines, because I want to check like what other things can coroutines wait for. Because I know there's more things it can wait for apart from wait for seconds. That's like the traditional thing everybody uses. But I feel like you can wait for certain things that aren't time-based. So given yield instructions. So wait for seconds. Wait for fixed updates. Oh no, so it's like yield, new return. Let's... Okay, let's try something crazy here. So enumerator, let's turn this into an enumerator. Let's turn this into a numerator. Else... Sorry, I'm like thinking this over. I'm like thinking... So if the ship is not destroyed, what needs to happen is that we run that coroutine. I'll probably need to move this this condition. So it'd be something like if... Sorry, I'm like... Because I still need this condition. I need to make sure that it actually, like, gets to here. Actually, let me just, like, take a step back. My brain is not braining. Neither is mine. I don't know. I think there's a better way to do this. Yeah, it's like Unity. I don't know if you've ever done anything in C#. It sounds like HTML is one of the only languages you've worked with. Yeah, this is like an object-oriented language called C#. Which is like it's like the backbone for any scripting and any behavioral stuff that you control inside Unity, the Unity game engine. All right, we'll deal with what's familiar, okay? And then I'll think about this later. We'll do what I know works. So if it's not equal to center point, and then else. We also need to make sure we need to check like a second condition here. So what the first time this ever runs is at center point will turn true, and then it will never run that above statement again. I think that's an easier solution, or like the more visible solution. Technically, it would take up more memory since we have to store a boolean somewhere. You know what I mean? We technically would be using up more memory. We would technically be using up more memory. I tried Unity and Unreal Engine for learning. My brain just got hanged with a codes, so I thought I should learn coding first and try to learn it again. Yeah, I would recommend learning C++ and C#. Those are the two languages that Unity and Unreal respectively use. So if you, I think like W3, one second. I think this place, this site is like a pretty straightforward place to learn about a coding language. It pretty much is a giant index of all the, like very easily explained concepts that are used in C++ and C#. So yeah, these are probably the two languages you would want to learn if you want to do any game development. Because I think like the main three game engines that everybody uses, there's C#, C++, and Godot. That is a fly. A fly just landed on my monitor. It was like a tiny gnat. It was like a small crack in my window. There's like a small opening in my window that's been there for a while. And I was like, no, bugs have never gotten in here. I saved the website. Yeah, you should go check out W3. It's probably like more straightforward than maybe the standard documentation. Like the official documentation might also help, but W3 is normally it normally has pretty good explanations. Probably better than mine in most cases. Even though I went to college and I should know this stuff. Well, I do know this stuff to an extent. Not well enough apparently for someone to interview me. It's a demoralizing feeling when you go like, when someone says, hey, we think you might be a good fit for this position. How about you apply here? I apply here and they're like, all right, we looked at your application. We don't think you're a good fit here. So I'm like, all right, you're not even gonna humor me. Why do you even email me? Like, that email that I got sent probably wasn't even a real person at that point. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if like the previous generation had like a job search process that was as demoralizing as that. Which file here was I? Oh, here it is. I was about to test this. And then I went on to another rant about my unemployed life. And where I start blaming society and not striving for self-improvement instead. All right, let me turn the music down for a second. Oh, what the heck? You gonna get a good teacher? See, that's the thing. I don't know if I want to be a teacher. Oh, what the hell's happening there? What on earth is happening there? Path to direction. We don't have the ship position. Let me check the asteroid. Game creation teacher? I actually did. You know what? That was even though I said, like, I don't know if I'd like being a teacher, that was actually a position I applied to at one point. Being like a Unity teacher. See, the thing is, in the job description, they were like, are you willing to learn more Unity while you, like, help students in, like, from the ranges of, like, 13 to 16? And I was like, yes! And they were like, all right, we don't want you, though. And I was just like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll go fuck myself with my background as a learning management tech support agent and the teacher's assistant. You know, I actually thought I fit the job perfectly. And I actually like talking about Unity. So what is I should remove that from the playlist. It's like that one music track I just had playing there. That thing actually, for some reason, the music cuts off at the first minute, and it's just silent for the next minute. I'm probably gonna have to remove that after this. So Dasher controller, what I want you to do, path to direction. So you need like the ship's position. Yeah, what is going on here? So what I would like to see here, I'm kind of curious about the ship position to, or no, I'd like to see the I like to see the object's position and then the ship position. Because that's where it's trying to go. It, like, calculates this and tries to head there. Or at least so I thought. I thought that's how it would work. I don't know. It's like, I could, like, attempt teaching Unity, but I don't have any experience, like, using the 3D parts of Unity. Even though I don't think it would be conceptually that different. Coding is really cool when you know what to do. Yeah, like, you can do some amazing stuff. There's, like, eye-opening things that happen when you learn how to code. Especially when, like, you're working on a game. Okay, what is going on here? Like, I thought it would be easy for it to just, like, snap in a new direction like that. Oh, wait a minute. It's basing it off of its spawn position. Yeah, okay, so what's happening is that I need to change this. It needs to be based off the position it currently has at that moment. I think that was the problem. Alright, try it again. Yes, yes, that's exactly, oh wait, okay, that's almost what I want. That's almost what I want. Why does it stop? It shouldn't be doing that. So dot normalize, float direction. It's like essentially just kind of mimics the behavior of an asteroid after that point. So has ship position is true. The ship started dancing. Yeah, it started wobbling around for some reason. Yeah, wait. Let me try that. Let me see that happen again. I want to see what it's doing. Yeah, what's going on here? Why is... I do notice it, the debug line is not there anymore. It's like, I don't want it to just go specifically to that position. I want it to go through that position. And, like, basically, I already did this. I already did something similar to this when I made, the asteroid. So vector move, vector 3, direction x, y, 0f. Normalize it, times enemy speed, times delta time. Wait a minute. So this spawn position, and then there's transform position dot x. Oh, wait, so I think what I need, it needs to be the center point. I think it actually needs to be the center point instead. Because this is the position it's starting from. Because, like, every frame, it's calculating a new, transform point. I think that's the problem. But there's only one specific point. There's, like, two very specific points that I need. And then I need it to move along a line that runs through both points. Alright, try that again. Yes, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. That's exactly what it needs to do. However, I want to see how fast I can make that now. So here's the thing. when we get to this part. So once it has the ship position, I think this is the perfect spot to change the speed. Change the enemy speed. Change the enemy speed to 50F. I think it's like, let's double the speed of the object. So enemy speed times 2. 2F. Let's try that. This should only run once. This one should only run once anyway. And then I guess we gotta finally give it like a... It is a dasher. Well, yeah, that's why, like, it kind of hovers in at a similar speed to the chaser. But then, when it aims at the player, it's going to, like, fling itself towards it. Alright? Oh, I just realized, this guy doesn't have a... If the enemy just flies away, how can we get the score? Well, I'm getting to that part. I'm gonna give him the same collision. I'm gonna give him collision. I need to give him pretty much the same collision rules as the chaser. So basically, he's gonna have a rigid body that doesn't have any respect to gravity. In fact, I might even copy this component. Yeah, just paste this component in. So start awake, discrete, it's got mass, but it shouldn't have any gravity because the enemies aren't falling. They're all going to be floating around. It's going to need a circle collider that has respect to everything. And then it has a trigger that also pays respect to everything. Okay. So circle, I guess like a circle collider is totally fine. So circle collider, that's a trigger. And then another circle collider so they're not kind of like on top of each other. And then these are part of the enemy tag. All right, we'll see how that fares. Oh, wait, shit. I would need to have the enemy on screen. I don't have a way to spawn the enemy yet. I haven't made a dasher spawner yet. So we're just going to need to add the guy here. Let me just get like one of them out here. Yeah, see, it does destroy itself in the death plane. Let me see if it kills the player. I also noticed its collision box might have been off. One thing I noticed was that, did it not have collision when it was first coming into the screen? Yeah, it does not. It doesn't for some reason. Yeah, why? Wait, how does that work? Yeah, wait, did you guys see... Startacell, were you here when I implemented that explosion? Were you here when I implemented that animation? Because I think only Ben showed up a little later, like after everybody else left, and we kind of hung out for like a half hour. And I was working on the animations for the the death animation. Because it was just like one odd and end I wanted to add. So I finally have a death animation for the ship. Oh yeah, the menus are also drawn in like A-Sprite. They're like shitty A-Sprite art. Yeah, what the hell's going on there? How come when it's lerping, it doesn't have collision? Alright, let me check. Okay, that looks correct. I don't know, is it like the... That's really cool, the menus. Yeah, it's like, the art wasn't exactly the main focus. I find that really odd. Why? Does something just not have collision when it's lerping? That doesn't sound right. That shouldn't be possible. Like, why would it do that? Okay, that's really strange. I don't like that. So lerp interrupting collision. Since it's setting its position and not going from one place to another. So I'm reading a Reddit post. It's like, the problem is you're changing the position through the transform. If you do that, you're bypassing the physics engine, which controls the collision. That's why moving it quickly will allow it to overpower the physics collision and clip through. You need to move the object using the physics engine, and the collisions will work as you want them. Huh. That's weird. I'm seeing some code here. I don't know. Is that something that we can do? No. So what is rigid body.move position? After seeing this, I feel like I'm dumb. I was once stupid too. But it's like, honestly, it's like starting is the hard part. Starting really is the hard part. So rigid body.move position to said vector 3. Okay, so I need to get like a reference to the rigid body. I don't know, this is like an oddly specific thing I'd have to do here. So what I would want, I need a reference. So what, can it just be like any rigid body? And then what I need is the RB to equal get component. We need to get the component of like the rigid body 2D. Which I guess like this would have to be 2D then. I don't know, I guess like that's a legal statement, so that means we should definitely test it. I don't know, because it's like, you're gonna make plenty of mistakes when you do all this. Oh, shit. Call is not allowed when transient artifacts are getting updated. See, okay, if you were gonna have a problem with that, then why didn't you just tell me inside the script? Two, actually? I tried. 1 second. Wait, no, it was working just fine. Well, what happened there? Not to mention, it looks like the rigid body still isn't working. Oh, no, never mind, it is. Or did I just not run into the hitbox? Well, that's interesting. Why? I have a way to check if the ship is destroyed. Why am I getting such, like, inconsistent errors now? 1 second, let me, like, be absolutely sure what's going on here. What the fuck is happening there? What the heck? That is such a bizarre error. So, path to direction. It's like if it resets the scene. Resetting the scene should reset all the different values, shouldn't it? Let me see that again. So it's pathing to the center. Kills the player. I'll need to implement the spawner for these guys soon. But that shouldn't be hard. That part shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, why is that happening? Wait, what? It's now working correctly. Well, what the hell happened? Oh, welcome back, Lane. Well, what the hell just happened? Wait, no, here's what specifically happened. See, no. Look, watch. The collision didn't work at first. I saw it. You little shit. I don't know, maybe I gotta make his hitbox bigger. I'm actively trying to run into him. Wait, no, it is working. Wait, no, never mind, it's not. What is happening here? Pathing to ship. So, line 74, update line 78. It's like, it should only ever get this function. It should only ever get this once. Okay, I think I see what's happening. I think I see what's happening. It's like a very, very specific issue. It's like a very specific issue. So, okay, here's what happens. Here's what happens. When the ship is destroyed, the enemy is meant to fly upward. The problem is that the ship has a death animation. The ship has a death animation that plays. But the thing is, the object destroys itself as it's coming back through here and then trying to run through this if statement. So the ship needs to still be alive. Oh my god. And that's nuts. It's like that seems like a very specific bug. That might be the most complex issue we've ran into. Like, let me keep, like, messing around with this. See, that seems fun, right? And, like, you see after this... Oh, well, that's a bad example. The horrors that a single low-quality explosion gift can incur. Yeah, you see? It's like... You see what's happening here? Honestly, let me further depict this. So inside the ship controller, basically when the ship dies, what we want to do Debug.log. Ship has died. I see but can't understand. So now I've added a debug message where the ship is gonna when the ship dies. And there's a debug message for when the alien tries to track the ship. Okay, that was a bad example. Maybe I do need to make... Well, no, I think that's fine. It's just I'm trying to actively get hit by it. It's much harder when there's more of them on the screen. I didn't think implementing this one enemy would be as much trouble as it is. See, you see what happened here? It was fine. Nothing bad happened because it passed to the ship before the ship died. If I also stand here, see, it also has no problem with this. So the thing is, if I get hit by the enemy at some point before that happens, you see, the reason it was completely fine was because the ship died before like the Dasher had like was able to do it, was able to track the ship. Oh shit! Now I want to try to recreate the issue again. What will tomorrow's stream be? It will be if the ship dies before the pathing error occurs. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to demonstrate. What day is it? It is it's Wednesday. So tomorrow's Thursday. What are we doing? Oh, right. Pac-Man World 2 comes out tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. Alright, good night. I'll, going to sleep, subscribe to your channel. We'll come again later. Alright, I'll see you later then. Thank you, Fallen Creator. Yeah, there it is. That's what I want to see. So it attempts the path to the ship. Let me collapse all this. Yeah, you see, it tries to path to the ship, but then it gets an error. Alright, so I need to make it so... Where do I put my clean room once I make it? I don't know, somewhere close to your main area? Because, like, that's where you make the processors for applying energistics, right? So I think what needs to happen, the Dasher needs to be able to take this into account. Honestly, I think this only needs to... We need to do it down here, right? So we're gonna have, like, if the ship... This is where we check if the ship is destroyed. This is the only place where we need to know if the ship exists. Like, this segment down here is the only place where we need to know if the ship exists anyway. I think this is what would help. Yeah, I don't know. How expensive is it to make the clean room? Is the clean room hard to make? Well, I don't know. It's Greg Tech's. I guess in the realm of Greg Tech, how hard is it to make? Okay, yeah, that looks... It works a lot better now. Never mind? Okay, we need to be even more precise about this. So remove this. Alright, can you confirm if there's a stream Friday? Maybe? I don't know, it might be Hades too. I know we've been streaming a lot, and I've probably been streaming a lot more than I ever expected myself to. But I don't think it'll be this crazy next week. Especially, like, seeing that this is, like, starting to be wrapped up. Well, I thought this was starting to be wrapped up, but implementing one enemy in this is already, like, taken 2.5 hours. So in this case, what I need to do. So this is where it normally fails. This is where the error happens. Line 77. Wait, no, that doesn't make any damn sense. Line 77. Oh wait, no, that's because I like modified everything. So path to direction. I guess like you can do like one giant thing here. If ship is destroyed, do that. Else, then follow the rules here. Maybe we'll see if that works. Maybe that'll make a little more sense. I don't know. It's like, it's interesting because you'd have to test this a couple times. You have to test this bug a couple times to make sure it's... Oh, wow. Line 76. Dude, that is like... This is weird. I don't know. I think maybe we're approaching this wrong. So, like, maybe path to center. Dude, that's so weird. That is so specific. I'm like thinking how the fuck we would do this. You have to leave very little room for this to happen. Huh. I don't know, what do the chasers do in this case? So if ship is destroyed, do that. Else, ship position. Okay, yeah, that seems pretty straightforward. I think like getting this reference is kind of the issue. It's like, I think we can start by getting the reference up here. There's no reason to like get the reference every single frame. Says, yeah, because it should have its like last known position anyway. And it only needs to get it once. Do you know if you could get into some old games like Clash of Clans or something else? I doubt I'd ever play Clash of Clans. I don't really have any interest in that. I don't know, it's like most mobile games, maybe once upon a time, current bitrate, what the hell? Audio stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended. Oh wait, never mind. I don't know, I got a weird message from YouTube. I don't know if I'd ever get into that kind of stuff. Be right back, alright. Alright, try it again. Well, that makes a lot more sense now. That looks a lot better. Yeah, I think this enemy's ready. Well, no. The problem was, this enemy was kind of meant to... Is Blue there? Blue, you able to get rid of that bot? Alright, I got it. Yeah, I think this enemy's ready for spawning. But what I wanted to do was that I wanted to have the enemy pause for a second. So it's kind of like, I've been trying to get into Legends League. Or are we talking about League of Legends? What the fuck is Legends League? I've never heard of that. Before the ranking rework change that I showed you 5 streams ago. I must have forgotten because I don't remember a game called Legends League. Okay, what I need is to figure out... I guess I don't need this debug line anymore. Yeah, I just have a very explicit way to avoid, like, referencing it. So, like, this thing already has a counter, which is good. I don't know, I'm thinking, like, where do I want to do this? I need to make a... It's like, I need to make a function. I need to make, like, an enumerator function or something. Clash of Clans ranking system: first bronze, silver, gold, crystal, then masters, then champion, then titan, then legends. Yeah, I just don't know. I have not seen anything about Clash of Clans in so long. I just haven't really cared about the game. I don't know. It's like I need a way so I need it to stop in place for a couple seconds, and then it charges. Yeah, it's like, so else it needs to... I need to, like, start a coroutine here. Or I don't know, it's like... So path to center, path to direction... Generate method called start charge. Well, we have like an enumerator here. And then is charging, which I believe was the animation that we needed. Or no, I guess it's called is pausing. Why the hell did I call it that? I don't know, whatever. We'll just keep it that. They're reworking the ranking system for the game, which I think it's about time for it. What, has it been the same since the game launched? So wait for seconds, and then let's do like 4 seconds. So new wait for seconds, and then what we gotta do, then we set it back to false. But a good side is now Starry Ore is now including the star bonus. I don't even know what that is. I don't know, it's like I need to just run this once. I don't know. I think we're gonna need another lock. Which, again, it's just like, I don't think this is the best way to do this. So do pause. If it hasn't done the pause yet. Then do it. And then do pause equals true. And then just continue on with your life. It has been like that. It has been like it has been for the start of Clash of Clans. So it has been like that from the beginning. All right, let's see what it's doing here. That wasn't quite what I wanted it to do. Yeah, so it's like, this would have to be like a coroutine in itself. Huh. So if do pause, start coroutine. Because like it definitely didn't wait. Yeah, it seemed it didn't wait. Huh, interesting. So animation, it's like start charge just didn't run. The old ranking system is now officially over. Yeah, what is stopping me here? So chaser control, I don't know. Let me take a look at the chaser controller. Maybe I'll get some clues as to how I could handle this. Decrement counter, destroy game object. Path to direction. We probably shouldn't do that. But I feel like that's the only... That's the only way we'd be able to handle this. I feel like that'd be the only way to solve this. I don't know, let me try it. Okay, it still didn't... It's like, it's definitely running through this function. I'm just not really sure why it's not... Wait for... Well, wait for seconds real time. If you're gonna join my Clash of Clans, I'll make you the co-leader. Yeah, it's just, I don't care enough. I don't care enough about that kind of stuff. I don't know, it's just like, I think maybe I played Clash of Clans once upon a time, but never really after that. Man, what the hell is going on here? Why is it not yielding? So wait for seconds. So wait for new seconds. 5 seconds. Let me ask, I don't need these comments anymore. All right, let's add this. DW, you still have your old account in Clash of Clans? I don't know. I doubt it. I sincerely doubt it. So we're kind of focused on this. Well, that's weird. Yeah, what's going on there? So it is running. It's like I would need this entire process to kind of stop. I don't know. It's like that is interesting. So you need like a coroutine to I need to prevent it from fuck, man. What do I do with this? So move position. What town level hall do you remember leaving? Honestly, I don't remember. I think the last time I played Clash of Clans was probably 2017. Very, very, very long time ago. I don't know, I think I ended up playing like Clash Royale a decent bit, but then I kind of walked away from that. I only did it like, I think I only played like 2v2 as like a meme with a friend, and that was really it. I was like a pretty casual player. Like I do remember like some of my friends in their free time they would play against each other. So Death Plane. This is so weird. It's like a very weird situation. I don't know, it's either I just don't bother doing it because I wanted to have it charge. I wanted to have it charge. Or like have it kind of pause for a second before charging. I don't know, maybe I'm not going to be able to do that. I think there's a lot of decoration sitting there ever since you left your base. Probably. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do what any smart programmer would do. And quit. And just like quit or something. Like, move this here. So, like, just get rid of do pause. I guess we're just not gonna be able to do this. I don't know. I don't really want to. I don't really feel like thinking about this one. I don't know, it looks fine to me. Now what we need to do is make a spawner for this. That's all that really remains. So let me just get rid of this prefab. So now what we gotta do is that we have to make an entirely new object for this. And I think we can honestly, we could potentially duplicate this. I'm just like seeing what it has, what's like similar here. So ship, and then there's obviously the you need the reference to the wave timer. So So I'll need to create a game object here. So I need to make a dasher spawner. And then basically this thing, this is going to take another mono behavior script called dasher spawner. And this is going to be a child of... It's going to be a child of spawner. We could probably get away with copying a decent bit of this. So for example, we could take pretty much all of this, copy it over. And now what needs to happen is that we need to change every instance of Chaser. We need to change every instance here. Change all occurrences. We'll change the dasher. Using a directive. Oh, right. We have to change... We'd have to change how, like, the scriptable objects work. So we need levels. Yeah, we would have to add to this. Did you know there's another hero called the Minion Prince? I am not aware of that. So where is my level SO? Scriptable. So we'll need to add this. So we'll need it for dashers. And then what's going to need to happen is that dashers, there won't be any initially. Well, this is like its default values, like when you create one of these scriptable objects. I think these guys won't be something that spawns. These guys will be something that doesn't spawn on the sides. They'll favor spawning on the top and bottom. But I don't know. Maybe I'll like surprise. Maybe they'll like very rarely spawn on the side. Dasher max amount to spawn. Let's do 3. You should get back into Clash of Clans. That's another game I'd have to commit time to, which I don't really feel like doing. Alright, so now we got some new information to work with here. How about these guys start spawning in this level? So let's say there's like 6 of them. And then max amount of chasers, let's reduce this to like 12. And then let's make this like 18. And dashers, let's move this up to 10. And then maybe for this level, I'll throw a curveball and only make like 8 of these spawn, but then there's actually more chasers or something. There's actually more dashers. I don't know, we'll see what that's like. Then we'll do this to 8, and then we'll just have like a lot of dashers. I don't know, let me check the dasher spawner. So this should, okay, we need to make sure that is correct. Dasher controller. Wanted to instantiate a Dasher enemy. Here in the Dasher game object, we need to give it the prefab. So prefab, give it a Dasher. Oh wait, we need to give it the script first. And then we also need to give it the slider. Oh, did I not change the name of that? Oh, I see. I don't know, I'm curious to see if this will work. I'm curious to see if this will work. The variable of Dasher enemy of Dasher spawner has not been assigned. Oh, whoops. I completely messed that up. So Dasher, that needs to instead be the ship, and then Dasher needs to go there. Alright, my bad. Alright, let's see how this works. I don't think they have a hitbox yet, by the way. Oh, what the heck? So Dasher spawner, line 19. Oh, shit. All right, let's see if that works now. Welcome back. I'm trying to demo our new version here. Okay, so where are the Dashers at? Okay, what the hell? Where are the Dashers? Oh, wait. No. Hold on. Let it cook. I just remembered. Oh, shit. Wait, what the heck? Oh, wait. That is... Okay, that is some bizarre behavior that I need to fix. Oh, no. They should not be doing that. I mean, that is cool, though. That is really fucking cool, though, that they're doing that. Like, look at that. They're like, spinning around and stuff. I think it's because of the rigid bodies. It has to do with, like, the rigid body. I think there's, like, a way to prevent them from rotating each other. The way they all dashed at you at the start. Yeah, it looks cool when they all dash at you in a group. Yeah, I think there's supposed to be a way to prevent them from kind of... So, rigid body, discrete, start awake, include layers. Is there constraints? I think it might have to be constraints that we're looking for here. So, freeze rotation for Z rotation. Try that. I don't know, maybe I should just set it. It's like these guys only spawn in this. I set them so they spawn in the second wave. That's why I was like really confused. I was like, huh, where are they? So this is like the first wave where there's just like, these guys. And then we'll see what happens here now. Shit. Okay, that's really fucking dangerous. I don't know, maybe they... Okay, I'm not sure why those two enemies are frozen. What's up with this guy? Maybe you just don't make them collide with anything besides the player? Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what he got stuck in. Also, I have an idea. What's up? Yeah, maybe I should make these guys just ignore enemies. So, prefab, exclude layers. Don't touch anything that's an enemy. Maybe that'll help him out. Have you played Omori? Yes. No, I have not played Omori. I've heard of it. It's that one RPG about depression, right? It's that one RPG about depression everyone knows. The one eye symbol? I don't recall. Oh, fuck. Alright. What are you doing next time in all the mods 10? It might just be more bees. Assuming I, like, whenever I continue it. There's a symbol that looks like an eye with a trail behind it. Yeah, I haven't played Omori. Alright, so now these guys shouldn't, like, run into each other. What the fuck was that? Shit. God damn it. Oh, what the hell happened there? They shouldn't be doing that. What is that? Oh no. They've never done that. Okay, let me check these guys. Like, they have never done that. Freeze rotation for Z. They never did that. That's so bizarre. I think chasers collide with the dashers, not the other way around. You know what? That might also be a fair point. Like, they're getting collision by... They might be receiving collision that way. I want to see it happen. I don't know. I need to make, like, better testing environments. Yeah, I want to see what they do to them. Yeah, you see, they are moving them around. Yeah, what the hell? Okay. Exclude layers. I don't know. They'll look like they're kind of jumbled up. I don't know. I might have to make, like, separate... I might have to make separate... Well, I don't want to make separate layers for them. I want them all to be collectively part of enemy. I mean, this should fix the issue, but it'll create, like, something else that's not really intended. Like, watch. You see how they'll like, start stacking on top of each other like this. You see, like, now I can start actually, like, I can start jumbling them together like this, which I kind of didn't want to do. I kind of didn't want this to happen. Yeah, not to mention, I don't really know how to handle the whole, like, the bullet seems to be colliding with multiple objects simultaneously in certain moments. Oh, shit. Yeah, I agree. Wait, were they still bumping into each other? What was that? So exclude layers. Oh wait, what did I do here? I'll set that to nothing and then set I don't know. I guess like the only solution would be putting them on top of making like separate layers for each enemy. That'd be the only way I could fix that. Let's try this. I just want to make sure. I just want to get the collision problem out of the way because I don't like that that's happening. That shouldn't be happening. All right, so right now they seem to not be like jumbling together anymore because they have like they have a secondary collision like box for this kind of stuff. Yeah, they're knocking into each other, and then also doing that sometimes. Oh. I'm not quite sure what that was. For some reason, when another enemy touched him, it sent them charging. Oh, okay. Change this. Yeah, there's a trigger and a collider. There's two different things attached to them. All right, so now we shouldn't be getting... I think we should be avoiding these problems now. I don't know, I think that should mostly iron out the problem. Let's see it. I haven't added triggers for destroying them yet. Yeah, that looks like that's starting to make way more sense. Yeah, that makes way more sense to look at now. Something died already. Oh. Okay, maybe there's too many that spawn there. Probably we'll watch something else. Yeah, that's fine. There might be too many enemies there. That looked ridiculous. I don't know. I think like once we get power-ups implemented, this will look a lot more balanced. This will be a lot more balanced once I start implementing other weapons. Because that's still kind of far off. But yeah, this looks like it works perfectly now. It's just missing like the triggers for. Well, it has. They don't have the triggers for like death. So what I need to go into the. So this dasher controller. I just need to check this. Chaser spawner. I need the chaser controller. So I need to copy the part where it dies. Yeah, I'll need this. Alright, so it needs to be inserted here. So projectile trigger is running, bonus drop chance, points. So I'll need to set those values up too. Yeah, I'll need to compare these two. So this guy's gonna also have the same set of values like this. So it has a, it doesn't have a max speed. It has the number of points it gives it. We'll set this to 150. It'll need a reference to the bonus game object. And then, how about this? There's a slightly higher chance these guys drop bonuses. And then we're gonna need these 3 booleans. Because we also have, like, the locks. The death plane trigger is running. Oh. So move this down here. And like, I don't know, we'll just like organize these by their specific enemy, like their specific values. Because like we can now kind of start working towards cleaning this up. I think that's also all it needed. And also, I think we're getting to a point where I need to I might consider like we might consider like making one collective function for handling the collision. Because pretty much all of the enemy objects use the same one, except the asteroid. The asteroid has like some slightly different rules. Alright, let's see how this works. First what I need to do first is that I need to go into the prefab for the dasher. And I need to add a reference to the bonus object. Alright, try it again. Alright, so here's level 1. See, that goes completely fine. Oh, these guys are hard to shoot too. I don't know, maybe I should make them worth more points. Oh, shit. they're kind of hard to shoot. Goddamn. I don't know. It's like I said, when I start implementing better weapons, when I start implementing like power-up weapons, that shouldn't be as like scary. That shouldn't be as scary. Maybe I shouldn't make them come from the bottom. Maybe I should make them kind of like come from the sides. Maybe slow them down or something. Yeah, how about... Honestly, maybe we should make their initial speed slower. So under the dasher controller, enemy speed 25. Make this... Let's do 18. It's gonna... So basically, when it charges, it essentially doubles its speed. So it'll have 36 as its movement speed. I like the jump scare of the current slingshot speed. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like I've got it set so the slingshot speed, quote unquote, is double the speed that I set the enemy to. So for this chaser, what I gotta do is reflect that. So that needs to be 18. Oh wait, I think I never updated it here. That's why I was moving so fast. I think I never updated the value that was here. Because I don't know, when you change it in the script, it doesn't change in the engine. I don't know, I think it's supposed to be like you're expected to just have the value made in the script, and then you can change the value to whatever you want in engine, and then you can build the game, and then the settings are reflected there. That's why you serialize values. You see how your dasher looks like a purple blob with eyes? Yeah. Give me 1 sec, I'm gonna open paint. Okay, that's not nearly as fast. Yeah, I also think like power-ups don't show up until like the second level and onward. Jesus, dude. All right, well, that's interesting. Now let's also let me open VS Code again. So dasher controller enemy speed is 18. I don't know. Let's go like 3. Make them like super fast. Yeah, but now it's like decently difficult. It's like a decently difficult game. Because like the chasers are kind of like the basic fodder enemies. You're probably going to be expected to shoot them eventually, though, because they're the ones drifting towards you. Alright, so let's see what the chasers can do. Ooh. Like, see, it's nice because you can't kill all of them. It's very hard to kill all of them. It's very difficult to kill all of them. But, like, so maybe I should make them worth, like, more points. Whoa, what happened to the score? Oh, shit. Yeah, the score looked kind of weird there for a second. What was that all about? Posted? I've never seen that thing before. Huh. Yeah, it's something I noticed was the score. The score on the user interface looked a little strange for a moment. I wasn't sure what that was. I think it had to do with like how high the score was getting. But speaking of score, I'll check that out later. Speaking of score, I think we want to make this guy worth more. Let's make him worth like 250. That's what I thought the dasher could look like while moving fast. I don't know. I just have it using like it's like charge animation. It like changes color. Which is like that, unlike the chaser, the chaser doesn't even like have any animations. But that's basically what I wanted to do for the dasher. Like it honestly works perfectly. So it's like, now the next thing that needs to be done is the enemy that shoots a bullet. The enemy that shoots a bullet is up next. Which is, that's gonna be interesting. You'd have to have, like, an enemy... So it's like, you need to borrow elements from like, the asteroid, and then you need to borrow elements from the... what's it called? The ship. The ship itself. So, like, the ship, it'll work similarly to the dasher, where it tries to charge into it, but it'll shoot a bullet in its direction. Or, I don't know, maybe it could shoot a bullet in a random direction. What if it shot a bullet in a random direction? Maybe it's like, I felt like if it shot a bullet directly at the ship, I felt like that would be a little redundant. I thought that'd be kind of redundant with the dasher. So I was like, what if it just shot a bullet in a random direction? But then again, I guess that random factor is also something I'm using for, like, the laser guy. The railer. The railgun boy. I don't know. I'm like, does that make them kind of redundant? Or is it, like, fine? I don't know. It's like, with my limited knowledge of Unity, I'm thinking about, like, what can I possibly do with this? Predict players' movement? Yeah, I guess it. The bullet homes in on you. The bullet homes in on you. I don't know. It could also be like an interesting thing where... Well, no, the levels are a little short to warrant that. Where I was like, oh, could there be like something that shoots you and it like takes away the ability to shoot bullets for like a couple seconds? Or I don't know. It's like, it could be like the bullet takes away like your current power up. That could be funny. You get hit by like... if you get hit by like a certain projectile, it takes away the power up you have. Instead of killing you, it just takes away your power up. That could be funny. I don't know. I'm like thinking about it. It's like, do I want it to predict players' movement? Like, well, no, we definitely don't want it to do that. Blue attack from Undertale. Yeah, stay tuned for season 2 of Let's Make a Game, where we make an Undertale clone. We make an Undertale clone with my own puzzles and japes and my own sense of quirky humor. Honestly, it could be fun because I wanted to like make my... Like, I kind of want to learn like the foundations of making an RPG. Like, I can kind of understand the idea. Like, I was messing around in like my own Unity sandbox where I was like messing around with like scene changing, where I wanted to see like, oh, how can I... What does like battle transitioning look like? And how does battle transitioning work in Unity? Or how would one go about doing this? Where it's something like, there's like this thing called additive scene load, where you can have 2 scenes loaded at the same time. But I think it's something like, you take the time scale of the original scene and set it to 0, so everything on that screen freezes. And then what you do is you load in a scene on top of it, which is the battle scene. And now you have control over the battle scene. But then you get rid of the battle scene, and then give you control over the original scene again by setting the timescale back to default. It's something like that. That's the idea that I was thinking of when I was like messing around with scene management. I wasn't sure if it was the perfect way. There's a lot of different answers that I found on Unity, on like Unity forums about how you would go about doing this. But like, if I need to get that down first. Like, I need to make like a test room where it's like, oh, hey, here's where I can walk into an enemy and make sure all of this works. Because like, I have this idea. I have this idea for how I'd want to do like, or like a role-playing game turn-based combat. It's not quite turn-based, and it's slightly derivative of like Deltarune. But I feel like I have an idea of what I could do. In fact, I talked about this Star to Sell in like another stream with you, specifically. Because I was like, oh, you could totally like, I was totally thinking of doing something like that. Where it was like, it's a bit more, it's like gear-based kind of combat, similar to Terraria. But it's like it's like turn-based, but also a bullet hell like Deltarune. It was something like that. I need to like kind of implement it or draw it out. Draw it out to what it would be like. But that said, let's talk about the game we're currently working on. So I think that dasher kind of functions the way I want him to for now. So I'm kind of thinking of like, let me open A-Sprite. I'm thinking of like, what do I want? Oh, wait a minute. I need to check something. Does the dasher play? I think the dasher plays the animation when it comes on the screen. It does, yeah. I just wanted to make sure of that. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's like, it was kind of hard to see the animation because the enemy is moving kind of quickly, so it's kind of hard to see it. So I don't know. It's like now that I'm working on this like third enemy, I'm like thinking how much do I care about it? I don't know. Maybe it'll like rotate. You know what would be both incredibly cool and unbelievably hard to code? Like what? 500 by 500. I guess that's fine. All right, so I think like I have kind of an idea for what this could look like. You fire attacks at the enemy and the enemy tries to dodge. You'd be thinking of Mega Man Battle Network and Star Force, I suppose. Yeah, have you played Mega Man Battle Network or Mega Man Star Force? You played either of those two games? That's basically what you're talking about. It's like kind of action-based combat, in a way. It's not really turn-based combat, but people like those games. They're kind of cult classics. You know, among the many Mega Man things they don't do anymore. Mega Man is kind of a dead franchise, unfortunately. All right, so I'm thinking, what do I want this guy to look like? I mean, the enemy can dodge in the exact same way you can dodge. Yeah. So it's like if you look at Mega Man Battle Network, it takes place on like a 6x3 grid. Hi Tyler, welcome back. It takes place on a 6x3 grid, and it's like you kind of move Mega Man around this grid, and you fire at the other enemy who's also moving around like their own 3x3 grid, and you're firing attacks at each other. It's like that. And then like every couple seconds, you get to pick a card. You get to pick a card or a chip that augments like your abilities mid-battle, and then you can like change the course of the fight that way. I don't know, I'm thinking about, like, what do I want this guy to look like? I don't know, this was the shape I was imagining. Something shaped like this. We'll use a brighter color this time, too. I also love this track. I like played through Persona 5 like a summer or two ago. I don't know. I guess that would be similar, but my idea is still turn-based. Okay. And then what I'd want to do... Imagine selecting bullet patterns to throw at enemies, and the enemies have to dodge them like you do in Undertale. My game is actually similar to that. It's like you are firing at the enemy in like the bullet hell part of like the game, because like before the fight starts, you pick like your abilities to use in the fight. So it's kind of like you prepare your abilities for the action phase, and then in the action phase, both you and the enemy are put into like this field where you fire projectiles at each other. I think my idea is kind of similar to that. That looks a little too... Oh, no. I don't know, how's that? That looks like something that'll shoot something at you. I don't know, it's like, I needed a brighter color. I felt like the color I used for the dasher was a little too dark. So I was like, I want to go for like a more striking color that doesn't blend it, that doesn't fall into the background a little too bad, too much. This guy looks fine. It does seem so, but the reason I say it would be incredibly hard to code is because the enemy would have to be able to make mistakes and be able to weave through your attack. Yeah, I don't know, like the enemies that you fight in my game, they kind of behave more like Terraria bosses. They don't really react to your attacks. They just kind of carry on with their attacks, and you just kind of have to damage them until they die. Yeah, mine would kind of Tiny Rogues is another example of this. Have you seen this game? I have it on my Steam account right now. It's like this game's gonna get updated in December. This game is kind of like also kind of similar to what I wanted. Like the combat inside this game. It's a good game. It's a good roguelike. It's another roguelike that I actually spend a lot of time with. Oh, right. I was working on the Ace Spray thing. Yeah, I don't think this guy will have any animations. I don't know, it's like when I made the tentacle guy, I was just like, oh, hey, maybe I could have him like wag his tentacles as he's moving. That's kind of cool. Like, this guy's just kind of a static looking enemy. I forgot I had that. I forgot I made this. Yeah, this was like an enemy. This was like an enemy I designed for something. Yeah, this guy's pretty good. I don't know. I don't know. I was like, oh, what if I try to make like a blob-like enemy? What would I end up with? And I just drew this. I don't know why. It's like, it's strangely charming. I actually kind of like it. I don't know why I like it so much. I don't think I can top this one. Alright, so what I need the directory for this. So show an explorer, what I gotta do is take this. So sprites. Copy that path, and then in here, I need to put it in here. So this is this guy's called the pea shooter. At least I think that's what I named him. Yeah, that's what I named him. Oh, right. You have to actually click the export button. I was so confused there for a second. You have to actually click it. Alright, so we have a new guy here. He's essentially he honestly is going to do the same thing the Dasher does. Like, almost the same thing, but he's going to instead fire a bullet. He's going to instead fire a bullet at the player. So it's like, I guess, like, you have a slightly different interaction, you know what I mean? Because if the Dasher is moving towards you, you'll actually, like, be able to still shoot at him. However, the pea shooter, that bullet you will not be able to shoot at. So, like, the pea shooter will fire at you and then fly away. So it's like, if you want to kill the pea shooter, you gotta make sure you dodge the bullet while you kill him. So I guess, like, that interaction is different enough that we can probably work with this. I guess I'm gonna also have to make a bullet for him, too. This guy's gonna also have to have a bullet. I don't know. Let me, will it fire at you or fire where you're about to be? Fire at you. Actually, I don't know. See, I don't really know how you would do, like, predictive shooting. Which, I don't know if I want to do that either. I don't think I'd want to do predictive shooting. I think it should just, like, shoot, like, in your general direction. It's pretty easy. Well, I don't know. I guess it's, like, you would have to take... Is it, like, you would have to do something like take the direction that the character is moving in, and then, like, take into account that point that they could potentially be at. It's easier than lerping. So, I guess, like, while I'm doing this, explain the logic to me. Like, how does that work? So, also, I need to take this. Pixels per unit needs to match everybody else. I'm going to need to do compression, don't compress, and then filter, take away the filter. Yeah, it's like you would have to somehow... You would have to take the ship's position and then add the player's velocity to their location and then shoot towards that vector. Okay, I see. I think there was something like that in the original Pac-Man. Like, in Pac-Man, they had this thing where every ghost pathfinded around in a certain way. Where it was like, the red ghost would always try to take the shortest path towards Pac-Man. Then Pinky would do something slightly different. But then Inky, or it was like Pinky would always try to move towards 3 spaces in front of Pac-Man. She would always try to navigate to that point. And then the blue ghost would take like the position of Pac-Man and the red ghost, and then it formed a vector that determined where the fuck he was gonna go. Like, that's why the blue ghost seems to be the weird, move the most strangely. And then I think the orange ghost is like mostly random movement. I believe the orange ghost has mostly random movement, but then gravitates towards certain corners. I don't know, it's like, it's a really interesting video. I think you should go, if you want to like see how that's coded. I don't know, I really like the original Pac-Man. You also multiply the player's velocity by constant numbers to predict further. Fuck, dude. That's so evil. That's so evil. That sounds so evil. Let's... Like 4? I think what I'm gonna do... those are some videos. Save that. I'll open the Explorer. I'm gonna open the bullet PNG inside A-Sprite. So here's the original bullet. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm just going to... Whoops. So make it white, but then give it like... Yeah, so that's what the pea shooter's bullet will look like. Actually, I might make it like slightly smaller. And a bit more like ovalish. Honestly, it looks more like a bean. It looks more like a bean than a pea. Yeah, so this is what the pea shooter's bullet will look like. It's a bright white color. You shouldn't be able to not see it. You should be able to see it just fine. So send it there. And then do... Yeah, we'll do that. Alright, so now we got the pea shooter bullet. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. It's like I had to click in the... I had to focus on Unity on my computer. So no compression and then no filter. Alright, so this enemy also won't like move as quickly. I think the enemy will move a lot faster when he leaves the area. Alright, so what we gotta do, I think it's time, let's turn off the spawners. And let's get this guy onto the screen. So let me... I'm thinking how to do this. I don't know, I'm like, do I just copy like one of the original objects here? Oh, you can't do it that way. You have to actually move the prefab. Like, I could honestly just swap out the script. Wait. Like, let's say I did this. If I put a dasher on the screen, so there's like the bonus that it drops. Well, I'm gonna need to make a new script for this. So what if... Can I make like a new prefab from this? Unpack, reuse, remove unused. I don't know, I just wanted to see like how much of this I could reuse. So do that. And then you are the P shooter. I don't know what the hell's going on there. You know what? It's fine. We'll just do this from scratch. It's no big deal. We'll just like copy the objects over. All right, so let's take... I need to rename this. So P shooter. And then we'll like compare them to the other prefab. So you won't need an animator because you don't have anything like that. So rigid, you will have a rigid body that freezes rotation. I guess like... So copy components. Can I paste it from here? No, you can't. So paste component as new. Paste component as new. And paste component as new. So this should already like work decently well. It's got its trigger, it's got its own component. How's the collision on this look? Oh, right, it needs a layer. So it needs to be on the enemy layer, and it's also tagged as an enemy. Why? Order and sorting layer. Oh, it needs to be on the NPC layer. I don't know. It's like there's like sorting layers and then there's like actual layers. That part's kind of confusing to me. I'm not sure why there's like two different ones. He does look smaller than he does look a little smaller than I expected. I don't know. What if I made him like... Okay, don't do that. Now, obviously, I'd have to make his hitbox slightly bigger. And then we got to do the same for you. Yeah, well, he'll be like slightly bigger than the other guys. Which is like, I probably should pay attention to how I scale like PNGs later when I do this. Oh, hi BN Cookie. Sorry, I didn't see your message. 1v1 me in leak code? Dude, I don't even know like how well I'd fare against you, even as a graduate student. I feel like I didn't use leak code as much as I should have been. I don't know how I'd fare. Alright, so now what we gotta do is make like the script. So NPCs, we need to now make a new controller for the pea shooter. Eventually, I think I'm gonna have to, like, standardize all of this stuff. I can do the easy ones only. Yeah, that's kind of me as well. It's like, there's some patterns that I recognize that I could do some of the medium ones, like foursome or threesome. Well, I think threesome is still an easy elite code question. Foursome, I think I could do. Like, I think I have an idea on how you would do it. Like, if you understand how twosome works and threesome works, you can do like n-sum. So, let's do... So here's P shooter controller. Now, this thing is gonna essentially... It's gonna copy what the dasher controller does, but it's gonna do something different. So it's also going to float somewhere to the center of the field. But then what it's gonna do is that it's going to shoot a bullet and then leave. Let's just like paste this in here. See, I don't really know why it does that. Does it have to like... Oh, I think it has to like add like another library for this. And then I need to also add... Make it a child of enemy controller. Then what needs to happen is that I need to like update some of the... I need to update some of the stuff that's listed here. So there's enemy speed, bonus drop chance. We got all like the asteroid collision stuff and bullet collision stuff. Oh, was the bullet a prefab? Yeah, the bullet is also a prefab. I'm gonna need to remember that. I don't know, it's like, what? Since I've also made the bullet... Here's the thing. I don't intend for this enemy to rotate himself. Well, I think I can have him rotate himself for a frame, fire the bullet, and then return back to his normal state. You know what I mean? It'd be something like that. Because, like, I know, like, since the bullet is oval-shaped, when I fire the bullet, it might look visually strange. You know what I mean? It might not be in the correct orientation based on where, like, the direction it's flying in. Alright, so let's also... So it's enemy speed. So pathing to center. Then what's going to happen is that it's just going to do this. It'll fire a bullet, and this will be like our own... It'll be a function that we provide. It'll be like fire bullet, and then it'll just like fly away. I don't know, it's like, I could make a function called fleet. And like have it it'll just say like transform.translate. It's like, I need to start standardizing this. I can tell there's a lot of redundant code here. There's like a decent amount of redundant code. Because like I want to have like enemy controller contain a whole library of different things that enemies can do. And then essentially I just kind of implement them where I see fit into certain like children. Into the certain like children of the enemies. That's what I wanted to do, and I think that's like really, that's like the best way to do it, and I think I should have done it from the beginning, because normally, I don't think my way of doing things is efficient. It's kind of like, I do things, and then I kind of notice the inefficiencies, and that's when I fix them. Because I feel like if I spend too long thinking about the foundation, I might not ever, like, put anything down. And it's like, I know things can easily be changed later. You can't just sit around thinking about it all the time. You have to actually do something. I don't know, it's like an artist never got anywhere just by staring at a blank canvas, thinking about what he's gonna draw next. Like, he actually started putting stuff down on the paper, and then, like, fixed it later. Because they draw really lightly with their pencil, so they can easily erase any of their mistakes. That said, what I'm gonna do... So it's like there's gonna be a function called fire bullet, and then there's going to be transform.translate, which is where essentially where they leave. I don't know, I feel like... Can I extract... Let me extract this method. So just, like, call it private void flee. And, like, I'll probably do this for pretty much every... I'll do this for all the other, like, places where this appears. And then we're also gonna have void fire bullets. So I'll have to figure out how to do that. So, path to center we'll keep, and then path to direction we're not going to use. So, void flee, void fire bullets. Yeah, I might do this now. So let me go into, like, the enemy controller. So protected void flee. And then now what I can do is that I no longer need this method. And then I can start, like, putting this in other places too. Like, for example, I could put this function here now. So we can do this for the dasher, and then we can do this for the chaser as well. Or it could just give me something called flexible dictionary. I have no idea what that is. Oh, this thing isn't connected to the enemy controller yet. Alright, so now they have, all of them have, like, their own flee method. We're slowly gonna move things over. I don't know, it's like, what I could do is, like, I could have, like, different methods for, like, oh, handle player projectile collision or something like that. Handle asteroid collision. Because, like, some of the objects don't, like, take all of these collision checks. Don't need all of these collision checks. Yeah, I'm starting to envision how what enemy controller is gonna look like. Alright, so let's take a look at the pea shooter again. Alright, let's go update the stuff that it's meant to be in its script. So take pea shooter, move it into this guy. So right here, we now need the bonus prefab, and then we need the ship. Or no, maybe this doesn't need the ship yet. Whoa. Wait, do I not have a reference to the ship here? We don't need a reference to the animations. Oh, right, we don't serialize that value. Alright, but we do need the bonus. I don't know, it's like slightly confusing. It's like most of the things in your game should be prefabs. But in my situation, the ship didn't need to be one. And I don't know, we can make it like... I think 0.3, having it also be 0.3 is fine. Alright, so I think this should behave mostly the same. Alright, so let's see what he does. Well, he dies. He does die. He dies like a normal enemy. Alright, interesting. Oh, wait, I think I know what's happening. He's not fleeing correctly. He doesn't know how to run away for some reason. So firing bullets. Go to the center points. It's like he should just fly away at that point. Oh, right. It needs, like, the lock. It needs the lock again. So we need to do something like this. So we don't need the ship's position here in this case. Well, actually, no, we do. We do need the ship's position. We'll implement that later. So this needs to be... What do you mean this can't be renamed? So has fired bullet. So it needs to get the ship's position and then it fires the bullet. So now it's like it should move in. And then once it like fires its bullet, then it will fly away. Or not. Still pathing to center, are you? So pathing to center. Is that center point needs to be true? So we need to do that as well. Wait, maybe I wouldn't need that. Like, maybe I wouldn't need has fired bullet. So then it gets to is at center point, and then it never runs that part again. All right, try running this. All right, run it again. Let's see what's going on. So it'll path to the center. All right, cool. Then it just flies away. That's all I needed to do. And I believe it should also deal contact damage. So you want to make sure you don't run into this guy. There we go. Yeah, so you better make sure you catch him. Better make sure you catch him. Is enemy speed really not used anywhere else? That doesn't sound right. Oh, right, because we're using lerp to do this stuff. Okay, that makes sense. So I don't know, I want to say that, so it's like, if we want to make the enemy move a little slower, we could also, like, make this a little longer. We can make that value last a little longer. I think that'll make the enemy slower, since it's like the duration of its lerping is 5 seconds instead of 3. Yeah, see? I don't know, but maybe that's like a little too slow, considering he's worth a decent amount of points. How about this? Let's make him like kind of speedy. So now what needs to happen is that he needs to instantiate a bullet and shoot it at the player. So let me remove a lot of this stuff, because I believe the one script we want to learn from is the ship controller. So inside here, this is where we can do like we can fire bullets. So it's like instantiate bullets. It's only ever gonna fire this once. Oh, right, the bullet has its own behavior. Alright, so I gotta look at this too. So if bullet has traveled... Under the ship controller, transformed out rotation. I don't know, it's like... There's some math involved here. It's like, for one frame, the pea shooter needs to rotate a certain number of degrees so that when the bullet is instantiated, it will travel in the direction of the player. So hold on, let me open up MS Paint. I want to say that I can figure this out. Like, slightly. So it's like, let's say like the enemy is here. And like, this is kind of like his default rotational orientation. And let's say like the ship is like somewhere over here. So it's like, it needs to rotate to be facing this way. And let's say it's like currently facing... Hold up. So currently it would be like looking upward. Or I guess like it's in its position where it's at 0 degrees. And then if we have a ship where it's now like looking, it needs to like be facing it. And 0 degrees, I mean, it's looking up here. So it has to like turn this amount. Whatever this angle is, we need to get this. We need to somehow find this angle. So I'm like thinking about how I go about finding that angle. I guess it's like... Okay. I'm like, where do I go about finding that angle? Because let's say we're at 0, if like right now, the rotational orientation of the pea shooter is 0 degrees. It's like for one singular frame, right now, its rotation is at 0. It's this issue. It's like, did we do this before? Did we do something like this before at some point? No, this is the first time we've had to like calculate something like this. So right now, this is positioned at 0 degrees. At like 0 degrees. So when we take the position of the ship, it has to rotate a certain amount so that it's pointing at it. You want to find an angle between 2 points. Is that what I want to be looking for? Because like it's like I need to know how much this thing rotates in Scratch trademark angles. It's like we need to discover how much in degrees we want to rotate this so that its front part is facing where the ship is. So we can like instantiate the bullet and it starts moving in that direction. Yeah, it's more like we have to rotate the bullet. It's the bullet that needs to be rotated. We don't really need to rotate we don't need to rotate like the ship itself. It's not pretty. Like, what's the math behind this? How would you do this? I don't know. There's like a certain way. It's like you have to get the bullet to essentially be looking at the ship. And I feel like maybe I saw this somewhere when I was trying to learn omnidirectional movement. There's a vector 2 direction mod or method. Okay, how about this? So Quaternion set from to rotation. What are you trying to do? We need to get an NPC ship to face where, to look at like the player. We need to get it to look at we need to get its projectile to aim at the player and fire in its direction. So it's like we would need the ship's position, and then based on the ship's position, we need the bullet to rotate a certain amount of degrees and then move in that direction. Move. So create the rotation, which rotates from direction to from to direction. What the fuck? Well, okay, here's an example here that says in this example, your game object will rotate towards the position of the mouse. So what if we just have it rotate towards the position of anything else? You know what I mean? Don't you have the information already from the information of the enemy and the player's position? Yeah, that's the thing. We have the enemy's position. We know how to get that. We know how to get the player's position. I just didn't know how to... This looks like vector 3 lerp. I don't think it's the same thing as lerp. It's like making the bullet travel is kind of... Oh, wait. That's actually very true. But I also want the bullet to... Since the bullet is shaped like an oval, I want the bullet to be rotated correctly. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to always be like looking like it's facing up. I don't know, unless we want to go back and modify the sprite to make it look like a circle. And then we just don't deal with it. Oh wait, yeah, it does use lerp. Yeah, it does use lerp. So move the game object towards the mouse position. Rotate the game object towards the mouse position. I know a way using entirely math. So it says fetch the mouse. So we need to fetch the mouse's position, but in this case, we need to get the player's position. So this part's the easy part. Set the Quaternion rotation from the game object's position to the mouse position. So this is for the bullet. This is for the bullet you need to instantiate. And then move the game object towards the mouse position, and then you use a lerp here. I don't know, float m speed times time.delta time. Rotate the game object toward the mouse position. It involves a trig function? Wait, which one? There's like 6 of them. No, there's 9 of them. Wait, no, there's like 9 of them. There's like, so there's SOHCAHTOA, which is... No, wait, no, SOHCAHTOA is like the acronym for the other thing. What was the purpose of SOHCAHTOA? I'm trying to remember. Shit, wait, what was SOHCAHTOA? Like, I remember that acronym. SOHCAHTOA, what was that? What did SOHCAHTOA represent? Shit, I don't remember trigonometry either, fuck. Dude, it's over for me. I failed. I failed as a man. What is... That's like sophomore... That's sophomore geometry for me. And like, Algebra 2. It was like Algebra 2 with special guest trigonometry. So set the Quaternion rotation from the game object to the position, mouse's position. Yeah, so it's like, what happens is that when the bullet is instantiated, it's going to basically follow this process. So we need to make a script for the bullet too. Let me just remove this. First off, let's take this. I think this is the behavior for this is already done. So what I gotta do is turn this into a prefab. And then we'll do the same for the bullet. So I think it's probably gonna have roughly the same behavior. So it caps the collider, that's also a trigger. However, the trigger is going to be searching for the player. It's not gonna, this thing won't friendly fire. This thing won't friendly fire. I think that would be kind of unbalanced. Camera's out of focus. I mean, it is dark as shit. Do you really need to see me clearly? You really need to see me clearly? So, right, I need to get a bullet, and I need to get it, I'll need to make a script for it, too. So I'll probably need to copy that part. Order and layer, it's clearly above everything else. Oh yeah, it's also under the projectile layer, and it's tagged as a projectile. Or it needs to, we'll need to make a new tag for, like, enemy projectiles. Which I guess I'll just do preemptively. It's the only enemy projectile that'll be in the game, but it is an enemy projectile. Alright, so let's go down here and let's add a bullet. I'm curious to see what this looks like on screen. You can see that. If you get hit by that, that's a skill issue. You get hit by that, that's a skill issue. You can totally dodge that. That thing is puny. And you can also very clearly see it. The rename, we'll just call this pea shooter bullet. I do notice I accidentally capitalized the S. I didn't mean to do that. So I guess we'll just copy the collision rules from the original bullet. Obviously, we'll need to tweak it slightly. We might need to tweak it slightly. Make it flash between yellow and white every 0.4 seconds or something. I don't fucking know. I think it's bright white. You should be able to see this. Why is it not letting me copy this? Oh, there we go. Copy component. Alright, so now you have the same collision. You have the same collision rules. You're a trigger. What if it's behind the scoreboard? Maybe I should just move the scoreboard. Maybe I should move the scoreboard to, like, the bottom or something. I don't know. I guess, like, that's a good point. Make the scoreboard get transparent as the player approaches it. I was like, that's also an interesting idea. I was thinking, like, can I put like a collision on the game canvas on the UI? Like, first off, where is text elements? It's like score text. Fuck. I've never seen this. I've never known about this. Where can I change its opacity? It's like, this might not be the place where we want to put this. So I need to get its color, and then I need to get this. Yeah, I would need to get this. Which it's like, you need to get a reference. You would need a script that gets a reference to the text mesh Pro. So when the trigger is activated by the ship entering the area, and I think, like, we'll set it so the trigger only detects the ship. So it'll, like, check for the tag. And I might put I'll probably put the same trigger on the, I'll put the same trigger on the multiplier. Actually, let me extend that. I don't know, it depends on how, like, high the score can be. Yeah, that's interesting. Script, game. Do I have, like, a UI folder? Oh, wait, this is the UI folder. Mono behavior script. Let me make a... what do I want this to be called? I guess hide UI. Because honestly, I can kind of understand how this could be done. Like this seems to actually have a very clear answer on how you could do this. So it's like, I guess like these three, the wave text, the score text, and the star text are all going to have the same thing. They're all going to have the same script applied to them. It's like the win and lose text don't really need that applied to them. I know, like, you basically sidetracked me here on this. Well, we were working on, like, the bullet, but I think we can finish the bullet tonight. So what it's gonna do is that it needs to detect the ship or the player. So what needs to happen is on trigger enter 2D, collider, what is going on here? Oh wait, if collider dot tag equals player. Oh right, I need a reference to the text mesh GUI. So serialize field. I don't know, can I get a reference to... It's like, if I don't need to serialize the field, then I can actually just reuse the script for the other text elements. If I'm able to do this without that. So I would need a... I would need a text mesh pro. Well, let me try to remember what I need here. So in-game menu, there's a way to get a reference. Score manager, it's text mesh pro GUI. So text mesh pro GUI. It's the... I don't know, it's the respective UI label. I don't really know, it's like in-game. So in-game UI elements. I don't know. In-game text element. So in-game text element equals... So this is like based on where we put this. So let's say we put this inside like score text. I'm also gonna need to copy this collider over. So under star text, you're also going to have this. Paste this collider, and then wave text, you're also going to paste this collider. I don't know, it's like, this is an interesting tangent we're walking down. I never thought to do this. But like, once you mentioned that, hey, maybe you should try doing this, I suddenly realized how, like, yeah, you can do that, because you can put colliders on these things. And now it makes me discover, like, oh shit, that's actually how they probably do it. Like, when you make Unity games, that's probably how they do it. So in-game text elements. Sorry, one second. So this is where the script is going to be placed, for example. We'll use score text as the main example. So you would need to get component, which is text mesh GUI. And then you would need to get its vertex color, which is what lowers its opacity. Okay. So get component. We need to get the text mesh. We need to get this element. And then what needs to happen is that in-game text element dot color. So we need like new color. How do I do colors in Unity? I was like, Unity color. I need to remember how to do this. So property, gamma, grayscale. No dang clue. Yeah, I'm looking at the documentation right now. Unity opacity. How to change text opacity. Okay, so it's like new color, so new color 32. And what we want is just to maintain like the color that it has. So it's just since it's completely white, it's 255 all around. I don't have a way to like fade it out. So for now, it's gonna be instant. And then what we also want to do is make an on-trigger exit. Which I want to, let me just make sure there's an on-trigger exit. Yeah, there is. What the fuck? All right. Yeah. On-trigger exit 2D. And then we just change this back. So once the player enters the space, it'll disappear. And then once it leaves it, it'll come back. There's probably a way to like make it fade. Like make it fade. You could probably use like an increment, like some sort of increment. Like as you're behind it, you can as you're behind it, it can just like have a value that just lowers over time. Yeah, I'm like thinking about that. Let's just see how it works right now. Yeah, let's just see what this does right now. So if I go into score text and just hide this. So hide UI. Add that script in. Let me see if this works. Okay. Interesting. Collider tag equals player. Give me a second. So let's do, let me like make sure this actually like is happening. Game object dot, I think you can get like the name of the game object. Yeah, just use that. And then what we can do is go into here. And then we also want a respective debug message for player left. I don't know. It's like, is this how they have colliders, or I have to put like an actual collider, like of an empty object just sitting on top of the UI, but I kind of don't want to do that. I have a feeling you can just attach it to this. I have a feeling you can just do that. Like, I don't want to put like a collider under it. So collider for score text. That is very bizarre. I don't know, it's like, I guess when you see the collider up here, it's like, it's different when it's not down there. I don't know, UI is like strange. Can be like kind of strange to look at in Unity at times. So I don't know, maybe you would have to have a box there. So where's the text elements? So that highlights that. Game canvas is this. Yeah, if the collider's all the way up there, that's kind of odd. So let me see. Let me check something. We'll consult like the guides. So hide UI when player is under it. So there's like disable the component, but like how do you get it to detect the player? How to avoid that the UI elements cover parts of my game. I don't know. It's like you would have to have like the where's the position that where I can control like the player, or like where I can control where the element is. Yeah, that's kind of a brain teaser. I'm like thinking about what that would look like, because this is the position that you can use to control the where the text element lies. When you make a collider around it, it puts it up here because the UI is oriented differently in Unity. So it's like this space up here is where the collider ends up going, but obviously the ship is all the way down here. So how to hide UI object behind a transparent UI? I don't know. It's like when I put these questions. So Unity hide UI elements. Visibility hidden. It's like, yes, I know we can use game object set active. It's just the fact that it's like, how do you do it based on where the player is that isn't about the position? I honestly thought collision would be the easiest way to do this. Until I saw this, and I was just like, okay, that kind of changes the circumstances. What was that on my phone? Yeah, that's, strange. I don't know, it's like, you'd have to be confident that you'd never move it around. Apologies for leading you down yet another rabbit hole. I mean, it is kind of an interesting thing to think about. Another way would be is that you just make like a black bar. You make like a black bar at the bottom of the screen, and then like the player, you just make the screen smaller, essentially. So you can fit the UI in like a separate part. That's another way you could do it, I suppose. I don't know, I guess like the only way I could see you doing this is if you had like, if like the player is ever like in this part of the screen, if the player ever enters this part of the screen, the UI like fades away. I don't know, it's or I just like put the score like very tightly at the top. But I don't know. I kind of liked where it was. Also, that doesn't seem to be changing anything. Yeah, I don't know. I'll keep the script around. But I don't think this collision is the correct answer. I want to see you get rid of this. Yeah, I don't think that's the answer. How you would go about doing that. Oh shit. All of that stuff was happening. All that stuff was happening while in game mode. Alright, now I gotta remove them again in reality. Alright, so let's just get back to the bullet. Alright, so for the... I don't think I made a script for the bullet yet. One thing I should check is that I have a... There should be a collider on this thing now, right? Yeah. This thing needs to be tagged as enemy projectile. And then I guess we'll put this also under projectile layer. That seems to be what the collision box looks like. Make that a bit smaller. I'm glad I caught that now. Alright, so let's make a script for this guy. There's default bullets, and then there is pea shooter bullet. I seem to keep capitalizing pea shooter. I don't really know why I do that. Or I capitalized like the shooter and pea shooter. Alright, attach this here. So we kind of need to do, we need to do similar things. So, bullet spawn position, we need, well, we'll obviously need these three variables. And then, of course, we'll need to play the bullet sound effect and get its spawn position. I don't know, I don't know if, like, people were here long. I think people were here when I added sound to the game. I think when I made the animation for that one enemy, I think everybody left at that point. So in this case, it needs to also, when it updates, it moves forward like this. We need to check that the bullet has traveled. I think this is also going to need to have its own object too, like bullets. And then on trigger, 2D destroyed, asteroid, obviously. It needs to get destroyed if it runs into an asteroid. So they might actually have very similar behaviors. In fact, this doesn't have a start function. Well, it's obviously this bullet is going to need the ship's position. Well, actually, no. It honestly wouldn't. It just needs to move forward. So I would also make this bullet, like, not very fast. It's gonna be, like... It's honestly gonna be, like, half the... Maybe, like, a third of the speed of, like, a normal bullet. Because, like, I don't know. I think it'd be unfair if it just, like, sniped you in an instant. Find any object, play sound effect. So it'll kind of just translate forward. Yeah, I think that's already good. So I think, like, when I attach this to the pea shooter bullet, and I press play, it should just go forward. I have bad news regarding Greg, and what about Greg? What happened to him? Did it die? I don't think it'll... I'm like thinking, should it travel? How far should this thing travel? I think it won't travel as far either. Let's make it travel like 40. And then, of course, we now need to turn it into a prefab and then turn it into something that can be instantiated by the pea shooter. So set this to 40. You know how each tier of energy is generally separate from one another, so you have to go through a lot of processes to get from one tier to the next? Yeah, I am familiar. Prefab. Toss this guy in here. So now we got a pea shooter bullet prefab. So now what needs to happen is that when I delete this, and let's bring back the pea shooter onto the screen. I think the ship also had to have like the bullet attached to it. Yeah. So the pea shooter controller is gonna need its own bullet. This isn't entirely the case later on. So what does that mean? So serialized field. So what we gotta do is we need to get the game object, and we need to get the PS bullet. We'll need this. And then for now, we're just gonna have it instantiate itself. Also, I need to go into the ship controller and I need to add the ability for it to die. So, or other.tag equals enemy projectile. So we'll need to add this to the list of things that can kill the player. So once it passes the center, it's going to fire a bullet, and then it's going to instantiate... It's probably going to use a similar instantiation method. Okay, like this. So instantiate PS bullet. Transform that position, transform that rotation. Set active is true. I don't know, well, that should be enough. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to run into the bullet as well. So I also need to go into here, and then I need to add the game object like that. And then let's just add this to the level and play it and see what he does. Okay, I need to make it so he only fires one bullet. Dude, he fucking railgunned me. Alright. To be fair, that's kind of close to one of the enemies we were planning to make. To be fair, that was pretty close to one of the other enemies we were trying to make. I kind of didn't think about that. I was like, oh, right. I press, I can honestly use an auto clicker when I play this game and just fire bullets infinitely. Well, no, I think there's like an active delay. So it's like, it's only meant to fire one bullet. Okay, so Bull has fired bullet. See, I have no idea if this is the best way to do this. I have no idea. It's like, this seems, because like, obviously, every time you instantiate a variable, it takes up a space in memory. So it's like, I don't know how healthy it is to do stuff like this. I don't know if it's good practice to do stuff like this. So let's go, if has fired bullet is not true, instantiate, and then make has fired bullet equal true. Yeah, so it's like, it fires bullet and then it flees. Oh, no, I might make its enemy speed. Where is its enemy speed? Oh, right. It doesn't have any enemy speed. Oh, no, I guess, like, since everybody has the same flee, everybody has the same flee object. Or, like, method. Yeah, because, like, he's using the flee function as well. I don't know. Maybe I can have him, like, pick a random direction they'll fly off in. You know what I mean? Instead of using, like, the flee function, because that function is exclusively meant to be, like, just a default behavior when the ship dies. I don't think I want to just, like, so recklessly use it here. I don't know. What did I use for the dasher controller? Because, like, what we could do instead, so path to direction. He could even, like, go back the way he came. He could even do that too. Like, he could fly back in the direction of his spawn position and then just, like, die. Like, die in the spawn plane. He could do that too. It's like, what about this? Sorry, I'm, like, thinking about how I would do this. So how about this? Let's make a function called void path. Path through spawn position. So essentially what will happen is something similar to this chunk of code here. So basically what we gotta do, we need to get the center point, and then we need to get its spawn position. Well, I think if I want it to be going backwards, I think we want to have center point and then spawn position. And then I have to give him an enemy speed. I might, like, make him really fast as he leaves. I don't know. I'm, like, thinking about it. How fast do I want him to be when he like, skirts away? I don't know. Let's make him, like... How fast is the dasher? I don't want him to be as fast as the dasher. I don't know. How about, like, 20? How about 20F? Now all we gotta do is replace the flee function with this. Alright, so try playing that. So let's see what you do with this. It should, like, come in, and then it should fly back the direction it came from. Or not. I guess it's like, it continues to follow the line it was from. Huh, interesting. That's some good stuff right there. I guess, like, I should also, like... I need to also have the same check of, like, if it's dead, then... If the ship is dead, then just be in flee mode. So yeah, if... I think, like, we'll give it the same behavior as the Chaser. That's the Chaser, spawner. Yeah, it's probably gonna have, like, this same if-else statement. Well, not really. It'll probably match the same one as the Dasher. Because the Dasher doesn't need the ship's position until, like, it fires the bullet. Yeah, because, like, this is where it'll... Inside the fire bullet function is where it's gonna need to find this out. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it can, like, determine, like, an entirely new path to leave from. Not entirely sure. It's like, I guess there's nothing wrong with it continuing on, like, continuing in the path it's going in. There's nothing wrong with that. Because, like, again, we can have them, like, coming from the left and right, and they kind of just fly across the screen, similar to the meteorite. Similar to the asteroid. I don't know. I'm, like, thinking about it. It's like, maybe what it can do... Can I have it just wander off in a random direction? Or maybe just have it fly upward. Maybe I should just have it flee. I don't know. I want to say there's, like, a vector. One second. There's, like, different vectors that let you move things in different directions. So vector 3, unity forward. So it's like shorthand for writing certain vectors. Position is move forward times delta time. Yeah, what other ones are there? I don't know, I'm just like, I don't want it to be too similar to the asteroid. That's kind of like the only reason I'm thinking about this more. So there's, like, the pea shooter that moves into the area. Instantiates a bullet. And then path through spawn position. I don't know, what if I did this? Go negative. Like, is that how I can get it to move in the opposite direction? I don't know, I just kind of didn't want it to follow the same line it was going on. Let's see what happens if I make the numbers negative. Oh, yeah, that is how you do it. Okay, so in that case, what I want to do... So after you fire a bullet, set your enemy speed to equal... equal 40F. Because I kind of want them to kind of scurry away after fighting. I want them to, like, fire a bullet and then scurry away immediately. I don't know, if, like, when they come on the screen, that's kind of like your main opportunity to kill them. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty solid. So, like, I think how I'll handle this enemy is that I'll make him come in from the side. I think it'd be better that way. So now what we got to do is that we have to go into level.so, we have to go into level SO, and we need to add, like, an entirely new configuration. So what we now need to do is we need to add a P shooter spawn configuration. So there we go, P shooter. Now, I don't know how common these guys will be. It's like, as we keep adjusting this, well, the chasers won't be as common. So I think, like, I'm so broken this game, it's not even funny. I think, like, we'll allow 3 to be on the screen. And they never come from the top or the bottom. They always come from they'll almost always come from the sides. Actually, no, they'll never come from the bottom either. But there'll be a chance they come from the top. No, wait, no, there's a chance they'll come from the bottom because, well, I don't know. How about this? Just make, like, a small chance for them to come from the top or bottom. I know these don't matter, but they're like, this enemy straight up doesn't spawn. Yeah, it's like, I don't even need to change those parts. Yeah, and then we'll have 5 there. So now all we gotta do is make a new spawner. But we also gotta get the bullet to work. Which I'm thinking of, like, how will that work? So, like, also let me rotate. Let me just test something to make sure I understand how this could work. So pea shooter, when you fire your bullets, what you're going to do? I think, like, let me check the ship controller. So do movement. Do fire. So do this based on the rotation, and then do rotation. Oh, right. This shit. Well, let me check the Unity documentation we found. So what needs to happen is that we need to get the position of the ship. Then what needs to happen, based on, like, what I'm seeing here, we need to use a special function. So we'll need to establish, like, a special object called a quaternion. We'll call it aim at ship for now. I might have to rename that later. I'm not entirely sure, like, contextually what I want to represent. Path through center. So after you get the ship's position, fix how far into the scene the mouse should be. Transform the mouse position in the world space. You don't need to do any of that since we're not using the mouse. So set from to rotation, what we need is the transform position, and then we need the ship position. It's something like this. Then move the game object towards the mouse position. Then rotate the game object. Rotate the game object towards the mouse position. So transform dot rotation. That needs to equal aim at ship times okay, that's interesting. And that's when you instantiate the bullet. And then once this is true, we then need to turn the transform dot rotation. It needs to equal 0 once again. Something like this down here. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. I'm curious to see what's gonna happen. I think we're at a point where the music we were playing has reset. It's like reset back to the beginning of the playlist. Let's see what you do here. What the fuck was that? Oh wait, did it get like the ship's position at like the specific moment? What? Wait, what did it just do there? What the fuck? I have no idea what it's doing there. So set from to rotation. There's nothing about like an offset, right? See how far in the scene the mouse should be. Move the game object or rotate the game object towards it. That's aim at ship times transform dot rotation. Yeah, it's like get the position of the ship. Transform dot rotation. I don't know. I think I missed something here. I don't think that'll be the answer. Do we have a void start? Yeah, we do. I don't think that's the answer, but probably would be better practice to do that. Let's see what it does now. Yeah, that is so bizarre. Why does it do that? Yeah, what the hell is it aiming at? Huh. So transform that rotation, aim at ship, times transform that rotation. Let me just like close some of this shit. So float speed. Game object rotates towards the position of the mouse. So move the game object towards towards the second game object. Rotate the game object towards the second object. I don't know. It's like I don't want it to move towards it. Let me just like see what it's trying to do here. So what we got to do here is we do transform that position, we lerp, and then we do ship position, and then we do, I guess, enemy speed. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna trust like this chunk of code because I kind of want to see what it's doing. I really don't know what it's trying to do. Because like I'm thinking if the ship, when the enemy ship rotates, the bullet is gonna fire based on the rotation of the ship. There is like some sense of consistency there. I have no idea what it's trying to do. Like let me, so debug dot log rotation. I don't know. I want to get to the bottom of this. Because I think we're very close to having this working. I think we can also get rid of that message about pathing to center. All right, try it again. I don't know. I guess like if I want to be more straightforward about it, Unity have object aim at another. How do I make one point towards another game object? You fucking kidding me? What? Hold up. There's no fucking way it's that easy. What is it? What does this take? It takes the transform. What the fuck? There's no way. There's no way it's that easy. Ship position. There's a look at method. Wait, so like all this garbage that we did here in the very first stream to get the omnidirectional aiming working, we didn't need to do any of that. Like we could have just gotten like the mouse position. The whole arc tangent nonsense. We didn't need to do, well, okay, hold up. Let me see what happens here. Obviously, the rotation needs to be set back to what it was at the very first place. So like obviously when the ship aims, when the ship rotates in a certain way, we can instantiate an object on top of that object that has the same rotational orientation. So that means the bullet should travel in the direction that the ship is aiming. Let's see if this works. Oh, well that's interesting. I didn't even see the bullet then. Wait, yeah, where the hell did the bullet go? All right, let me see it. Let me see it fire the bullet. Wait, why am I not seeing the bullet? Oh. What the heck? What the heck is going on there? Oh, what did the rotate? What's the rotation of shit normally? You're in a 3D space? Okay, try that again. Yeah, maybe this isn't the solution. Because I think it still fired it upward. Try rotating the X, Y, Z separately. Y rotation should always be 0. Someone also mentioned that sometimes this needs to be 90. This needs to be multiplied by 90F. I don't know, it's like... One second. I don't know, how much control do I have over the rotation here? So it's like, what do I need? One second, let me open the engine back up again. Did I ever output the rotation? Yeah, it's making the... Look at it makes the projectile face the player. Well, it's making the ship face the player, and then it fires the projectile that copies the rotational orientation of the ship. Or, not of the ship, of the enemy that's firing the bullet. If that's what you're asking about. So do this. Because I need to see... Random is an ambiguous reference set. Where is this? Why? It doesn't make the projectile face the player the way you think. Give me a second. I need to let the game play again. Yeah, let me see this again. Imagine a flat screen facing an object. So the object can see the flat screen. That's like interesting. How to explain? Yeah, I'm kind of struggling to understand here. Look at it doesn't point the projectile in the direction you want. Yeah, I am noticing that. Huh. Yeah, it's like, it is weird. I'm trying to figure it out right now. Yeah, it says rotates the... You would have to turn the projectile 90 degrees to face back towards the screen. Okay, one second. Let me pull out this. Because I believe the only rotational part that kind of matters is the Z-axis. That's the only parameter that matters. What does X and Y do then? If I show you the bullet, it might make a little more sense. Well, I think I showed it earlier, where I was like, it's like rotating it in a 3D space. Pitch and yaw. Z is roll. Like, you see how the bullet is oriented right now? And then, like, you see what I'm doing to it? Yeah, it's all that nonsense. All right, let me see. Because, like, we want to keep the other two parameters at 0. So let's see what happens if I just keep the, if I only translate the Z axis. All right. Okay, that was a bad test. All right, well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's bizarre. How about this? I also want to know when the pea shooter bullet is awake. Log your rotation. I don't know. I was like, is it just ending up as 0, 0, 0? I don't know. Maybe we will have to delve back into arctangent. Maybe we will have to pull that up again. Well, that's weird. Where is it getting this value? So transformed, look at. All right, so clearly this isn't working. Let's like just bring back this chunk of code. Arctangent 2 was actually the not pretty method I was going to suggest. I just forgot you used it before. Yeah, we have like the... Honestly, we might just be able to copy this. We just need to recontextualize this with like the position of the ship. Like, you know what I mean? So this chunk here, basically, we pretend we don't have this part. We instead start with the ship position. So what instead needs to happen is that we need to do this. So we take ship position. We replace every instance of mouse position with ship position. Something like that. So offset by 90 degrees. And it's like, once it fires the bullet, it needs to like readjust itself back to the its original orientation. So I guess like we don't need this anymore. Also, it seems to have a problem with something here. Oh, right. I don't know. We'll see where that gets us. It's like just for a frame, it needs to rotate. It needs to pivot. All right, let's see what you're going to do. That might have worked. Otherwise, I just got incredibly lucky. Or the ship got incredibly lucky. Alright, that was very convenient positioning. I want to test that again. I don't know why. That didn't convince me either. That didn't look convincing either. That looked pretty convincing. Maybe I gotta... Okay, I gotta increase the bullet's, like, travel distance. I did notice that... Oh, wait, I think... Did I tag the bullet? I feel like the bullet isn't properly tagged, or I didn't give the bullet a trigger. I hate how close he keeps, like, moving to me. Because I don't want him to do that. I need to do it from farther away. Yeah, that definitely works. That definitely works. Perfect. Alright, so I guess, like, I've honestly got this code snippet copied and pasted into, like, a notebook. I think I've got these 3 lines of code, like, saved somewhere in a notebook, because I know I'm not gonna remember this. Alright, so it's something about, like, the shift controller. The shift controller is not dying to the bullet. Either that, or the bullet isn't properly set up. So collider for asteroid, there's settings for it to die to the asteroid. The shift controller should have a setting for if the tag is an enemy projectile, which I believe that is spelled correctly. I think it might have something to do with the prefab itself. Let me check the bullet. It does have a trigger on it. Oh, okay, the tag is correct too. So capsule collider, order and layer, there's player projectile. I'm actually unsure why it's not registering. It must be somewhere in the script then. Like, for the default bullet, the only trigger it has is when it runs into an asteroid. So bullet has travel, destroy game object, and then there's also... So if the tag is an enemy, or the tag is an asteroid, or the tag is an enemy projectile... do death animation and then die. Huh. So I've already, like, adjusted this. Yeah, I might actually make the bullet travel farther. Because, I don't know, the bullet seemed like it wasn't traveling far enough. Sorting layer is in projectiles. Direction vertical. So layer overrides include or exclude nothing. It's got the same rules as this bullet. That is so bizarre. Has something to do with you? Exclude layers, enemies. Rigid body. Yeah, that's really confusing. It's like, it's probably something very small that I haven't noticed. Yeah, why is that bullet not hurting me? I'll move this to layer 10 because I want to match, like, what it, I'll have it match the properties of the default bullet prefab. Okay, let me make sure that it still collides with other shit. Yeah, it still collides with other things. That definitely says enemy projectile. Other.tag equals enemy projectile. Other.tag equals asteroid. Yeah, what the heck? Why? I find that really confusing. It definitely should work. Let me stare at these like side by side here. So there's enemy projectile and there's enemy projectile. So if enemy projectile enters... Let me check like the size of the collider here. Yeah, I don't know if it has anything to do with like the collider being too small. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, why is this not? That is so weird. It's now officially 10 o'clock. I don't know, what if I include the layer the ship is on? No, still nothing. So caps the collider. Yeah, I'm actually completely stumped. I have no idea what could be the problem. So there's destroy game object from there. Oh, this is for the dasher controller. This is irrelevant. Well, I don't know. I guess we can start making, like, the pea shooter spawner. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. I might not be able to figure it out tonight. But I can at least make the spawner for this thing. So give me this, and then give me the spawner for the dasher. And then we'll just copy pretty much everything over. We got the dasher done at least. Yeah, no, it's really the only thing I can't figure out about the, It's the only thing I can't figure out about this pea shooter. I'm not really sure what's causing the issue. Yeah, that is good for our track record, honestly. change every occurrence to P shooter. So P shooter spawn configuration. I know I need to change this. I'll need to change all the occurrences to P shooter controller. And then, of course, I'll need to make the object this is attached to. I don't know, I can at least, like... I can at least get the spawner set up. I don't know, it's like, I'm also considering, like, whether we want the railer in this or not. I don't know, it's like, I feel like there's already, even after I added the dasher, I was like, wow, there's actually a lot more that's now happening on the screen. I was like, man, do I even need the railer at that point? I think the pea shooter might be good. And so we have like 3 enemies, the railer. Well, it's like the railgunner. He has like the little laser and he rotates. I don't know, it was just like, I feel like there's already a lot happening. So I was just like, maybe I should just like, I think the pea shooter is good enough. And we just have like those 3 enemies and then the asteroid, and then I start working on like the weapons. Alright, so I need to create a new object. I think it just needs to be an empty object that only contains that script. So, P shooter spawner. Alright, and this should follow the settings that are listed inside the, scriptable object. Back in high school, they called me the railer. I need the wave timer. This needs to be added to P shooter. Let's add that there. Oh wait, no, wrong place. So we put in the ship, we put in the wave timer, and then we put in the P shooter enemy prefab. Not to mention, none of that stuff was saved because I had it in game mode. Fuck. Oh, was the script saved? Okay, the pea shooter spawner is still there. Good. Yeah, anytime you add a new object, it's just like, you have to be careful. You want to make sure you're in, like, build mode and not game mode. And then pea shooter enemy. I also just attached this to the wrong script. Oh, right. This is like the general information. I was wondering what that was. I was like, what is that? I've never seen that before. I was like, who built this? I was like, who the hell built that? Never seen that. Alright, so I want to say, according to the scriptable objects, I've got these guys that, these guys are set to only appear in, like, level 3 or something. Yeah, these guys are only meant to appear in level 3. So let's just give the game a test run. And, like, see how all the enemies function. See, here's the thing. I gotta survive to wave 3. Maybe I should just set it so they appear in the first wave. Alright, so the first wave is always only, like, a swarm of chasers. Maybe I'll make, like, a pea shooter, like, 1 or 2 pea shooters here. I don't know. I'm not sure which I think the dashers might end up being the more dangerous enemies. I don't know. That's what I think. Alright, here come the dashers. Jesus Christ. I honestly felt like the bullet projectile wasn't working on some of them. Was I seeing things? Was the projectile not working? No, it seems to be working. Yeah, I think I was just missing. Holy shit. Yeah, these guys are evil, like, fuck. These guys are fucking menaces. Alright, so asteroids and the pea shooter should start showing up. I mean, like, the bullet doesn't actually do anything at the moment. Oh god. Okay, that is crazy. I might need to turn down the chasers and the dashers. There were quite a few. There was a lot on screen there. There was a lot on screen. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know why that bullet isn't working. It's like the bullet's behavior is pretty much identical to this one. They're pretty much identical. Because I copied the collider over. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess that's something that I'll have to figure out some other time, because I think I'm going to wrap up the stream here. I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. I don't know, this was, like you said, this was honestly a very good session. It's like, I'm glad I'm able to get back into it. I think there won't be as long of a gap in time between this one and the next Unity stream. I'm sorry it took this long. I'm sorry it took this long for me to return to this. It's like, it shouldn't be. I don't know. It's like, I'm thinking like there might be one more stream after this, because there's the last enemy we need to implement. Well, no, I might actually end up skipping that enemy because I'm kind of satisfied with the pea shooter. I feel like the pea shooter already kind of fulfills this the case that the railer could have done. So I don't know, maybe the railer might be something I can add afterwards, in my own time. I don't know if I'll ever do it on stream. I think the other thing I want to add, yeah, the items, the bonus power-ups. So I think like the reason the game looks very difficult right now is because we still have the default gun. So it's time to start adding new weapons. And I think that'll be the final thing I add to the game, and that'll be it. But for now, I'm probably gonna off camera find out what's wrong with that bullet. I think that's the only thing I'm gonna do, and then you'll probably hear from me on Discord of what happened. So tomorrow, if you want to see me relive my childhood, I'll be playing Pac-Man World 2, the remake. The remake's coming out tomorrow, and I'm very fond of that game from when I was like, I don't know, like 10 years old. So that'll be a good time. I don't know, it's like I might be able to play through the whole game in one sitting because I do remember the game very well. But we'll see what happens. So tomorrow, join me for that. Friday, there might be Hades 2. I might play Hades 2. Well, it's like either that or I'll just do it on Saturday, because it's not like terribly urgent. It's just Hades 2. It's just a new roguelike that everybody's been waiting for. I don't know. It's like maybe like 5 years ago, roguelites were a bit more novel, but it's like, okay, I need to talk about this. So here's a follow-up to the fucking Planet Centauri situation. You know, the Planet Centauri situation. It's crazy. I think they are actually going through with having Steam like make a deal with them and help them promote their game to make up for the bug that like prevented everybody who wishlisted the game from going to see it. But actually low key, I kind of want to. I'm gonna show you this because I actually do have this game in my library. Like, I had this game in my library, and let me show you when the hell I actually opened this game. It was, where was it? It's like, I don't know why I find myself, like, so interested in this, like, situation, but it's more just because, like, oh shit, I remember this game. It's like seeing someone that I used to see in high school hallways. Kind of like that. And now I just kind of figured out what happened to them. Where's the game? It's right here. So this is Planet Centauri. Last time I ever touched this game was, like, January 2nd, 2017. So this game, apparently, for those who don't know, this game came out of early access back in December 12th, 2024. For 9 months, they had no idea why the game flopped. They had no idea why the 1.0 launch flopped and did as badly as it did. And that was because, apparently, all the people that wishlisted the game, none of them got an email that the game was out. So they ended up losing out on a lot more sales than they probably could. Right now, the game is sitting at 70% on like mostly positive. Because like I think it started to balance out because people were like, oh shit, we can't let like Valve screw them over like this. And I was just like, I think last time I played this, I think I described the game as like, hey, what if we try to copy Starbound, but we were actually copying Edge of Space the entire time? Where's Edge of Space? Where's Edge of Space at? I got this ignored. There you are. Yeah, this is bitch ass. Yeah, what an awful game. Awful 2D sandbox game. But yeah, pray you don't make a game that's like this one. I don't know. It's like also the game is just kind of ugly. I don't know. Sometimes when people make pixel art games, sometimes they make some shit that looks like, I don't know. I don't like how this game looks. Not to mention it looks a little too similar to Starbound. You see, like if you wanna talk about a game that actually like is similar to Terraria but not really, next month I will be playing Necess. I'll be playing the 1.0 launch for Necess. I think Joel might even join me for that because we actually played this game together at one point. This game's actually really good, and this game's honestly very similar to Terraria. But honestly, all they did was make the game top down, and all of a sudden it's a whole new game somehow. Well, it also has like a really cool colony building system. This game actually might have one of my favorite colony building systems in any game I've played. I love the colony building in this. I like it more than how Starbound did it. Because it's like, you can have people move into your town. You can have as many NPCs as you want in your town as long as you can support them. And then you can have them come along with you and fight with you. And you can give them whatever gear you want. So you can make like endgame gear, and you can make multiple sets of it and give it to your like army of people that live in your town. And you can go fight bosses and other enemies together. And it's so much fun. It's so fucking cool. But I don't know. You'll see that next month. You'll see that next month. Maybe I'll revisit that game like before it launches out of early access. Not this game, the other game, the better game. But you know what? Some people were like, I don't know, even if the wishlist emails actually went out, how many people would have actually played this game? I guess they can't financially continue updating this game. They're like, they can't financially, they don't have enough like funds to keep updating this game. So they decided to abandon it after it launched. And apparently they're going to work on a roguelike. And I was just like, oh, of course. Because I was just like, oh, so they spent 10 years working on a 2D survival sandbox game. You know, they're like, you're like joining on the hype with like Terraria. And then like, now that they've released it, no one fucking cares. So they're like, let's spend another 10 years making a roguelike. And then in the next decade, a new genre is going to take over the indie game scene. And then their game will leave early access and no one will care again. I don't know. At me in 10 years if that's exactly what happens. And I don't know. Maybe they'll be smarter about this time. I don't think a game should ever stay in early access for 10 years. That seems crazy. That seems a little too crazy. I don't know. I think 5 years tops. I don't know. To be fair, it's like, there are some good games that are in early access, but they're already still very good games. Like, what? Is Project Zomboid still in early access? I want to say this game's like officially... No, it actually is. This game's fantastic, yet it's like still in early access. I don't know. Some early access games don't even feel like early access games. But you've heard my drama of the month, okay? I was a drama channel for the last 5 minutes. Now I'll end the stream. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you to my moderators for moderating. Thank you to Stardust especially for helping me out with the Unity stuff. Some of the mathematical wisdom that's been imparted into this game has come from him. So I really appreciate his help. But anyway, I will go get something to eat, and then I will fall into bed. Alright, goodbye.